Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coast of French Guiana, and a nightmare world of terror and violence, as we bring you again, in response to hundreds of requests, Three Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price.
Picture this place. A gray tapering cylinder welded by iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock, 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the lighthouse rising 110 feet straight up out of the ocean. And all about it, the churning water, gray-green, scum-dappled, warm as soup, and swarming with gigantic bat-like devilfish, great violet schools of Portuguese man-o'-war, and yes, sharks, the big ones, the 15-footers. And as if this weren't enough, there was a hot, dank, rotten-smelling wind that came at us day and night off the jungle swamps of the mainland. A wind that smelled like death. A wind that had smelled the slow and frightful death that came one night to this bare black rock. Set in the base of the light was a watertight bronze door, and in you went, and up. Yes, up and round, past the tanks of oil and the coils of rope, casks of wicks, racks of lanterns, sacks of spuds and cartons and cans, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom was the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom was the bunk room where the three of us slept. And over the bunk room was the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room was the light. She was a beauty, big steel and bronze baby with the sun gleaming through the glass walls all about, bouncing blinding little beams off the big shining reflectors, glittering and refracting through her lenses, the whole gigantic bulk of her balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. She was a sweetheart of a light. And at night, she'd lie there on the stone deck of the gallery with her revolving smoothly and quietly over your head, easing her bright white eye 360 degrees around the horizon. You'd lie there watching to see that the feeders kept working, that everything ran right. And it wouldn't be bad, the other two fellows snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. You'd smoke your pipe to kill the stink of the wind, and it wouldn't be bad. About those other two, Louis and Auguste. What a pair. Louis, he was head man, was a big fellow from the Basque country, black beard, little hard black eyes, and a pair of arms that I tell you, those arms were as big around as my legs. Yes, head man he was, and what word he let go was law. A silent fellow, and although I spent my first 2 weeks trying to strike up a real conversation, the most I could ever get out of him was...
Jean, I took up this profession because I don't like people. They want to talk too much. It's quiet work, light tending. Let's keep it that way. You're getting to be as bad as Auguste. I thought maybe for once they'd send me somebody who
That
could keep
was
his
Louis.
mouth shut.
And when he accused me of becoming like Auguste, I quieted down, because Auguste was the talkingest man I'd ever met. The talkingest and the ugliest. He was hunchbacked, stood 4 feet high, had red hair and big blue eyes. It seems he'd been an actor in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Played in over 200 different productions, dear boy, at the Grand Guignol. Oh, but it was monstrous horrible, the way we used to scare the audiences. I was hated. Yes, they used to throw things and hiss and bare their teeth at me. Finally, it got too bad. I couldn't stand it any longer. I gave up the theater. My nerves, you understand. Yes, gave it up completely. I really did. Couldn't stand it any longer.
It all started one morning at 2:30. I was on watch, lying on the cool stone deck, pulling on my pipe, staring out at the blackness, the phosphorescent combers, and the big yellow stars, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something show up for a second, something the light had touched, far off. I waited for her to come around again, and when she did, there it was. Three-master, a big one, about a half mile off and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. You must understand, our light was where it was for a very good reason. Dangerous submerged reefs surrounded us and ships kept clear. But this one, this sailing vessel, was coming straight on. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!" Couldn't understand it. I waited for the light to come around again.
What is it? Ship headed for the reefs. Hurry right up.
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. A Dutch ship, I guessed her. But why didn't she turn? Every time it passed, our light hit her with the glare of day.
Ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Yeah, the squareheads.
What is it? What is it?
Watch northwest.
I know what it is.
Huh? What?
The Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. We did a play about her once. Oh, what a performance. You ghastly galleon, hag-ridden, curse-riven, must on.
Shut up, will you? She's luffing.
Yes.
Sloppy way to come about. She's derelict, that's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. The crew left her for some reason or other. But instead of sinking, she's gone on, running before every wind.
She'll not run long. Not with these reefs to break her up.
A beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
She didn't ram us, although we all expected it. But as we waited for the crash, she luffed again, caught some odd gust, and went about. We watched her the rest of those black hours, heeling and rocking, pushed and pulled by every stray wind, every freak current. Watched her until the dawn came, till the sea turned from black to a pearly gray. And on she came again, heading for us. We all had our glasses trained on her now.
August, you can kill the light.
Right, Chief?
She doesn't look so good by daylight. Think she'll ground this time?
What?
I say, do you think she'll ground this time?
Huh? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're better than yours.
All right. And what is it you're... I had to focus, and then my breath froze in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating. And on the masts and yards, the guys and all were hundreds, no thousands, I don't know, an endless number of enormous rats.
See them?
Yes, I see them.
Now we know why she's derelict.
Yes, now we know.
What are you two doing? Here, give me a look.
Yes, give him the glasses. Take a good look, chatterbox. Give you something to talk about.
She's still heading for us.
Yes.
She's going to turn. She better turn soon.
Suppose she doesn't.
You mean suppose she piles up on the quay?
It's low tide.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where's all the conversation, August, huh? Here, want the glasses again? Want another look?
No, no.
She's still coming on.
Go away. Go away.
Turn, will you? Turn, I say, I pray you, turn! She's cracking up.
The rats. Look, on the water. Like a carpet.
They're swimming.
Sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door below. It's open.
Come on.
Down we went, racing down the stone stairs, taking them 3 and 4 at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
August, you get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief. But hurry, hurry.
Look. See them?
No. Oh, yes, I do. Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at the
Millions.
They smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
Can't. It's stuck.
Here. Let me.
Oh, move. You move.
Heave.
Made it.
Holy. That was close.
One guy in. Look, there.
Get it!
Watch it. He's kicking. He was as big as a tomcat, bigger. And his eyes were wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him, fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate, it was like fighting a panther.
Got him.
We better get aloft. As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and at every one was a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. I was ahead of Louis, and I dreaded each successive level. Suppose they had found a way in.
Look at them. Will you look at them?
It's a nightmare.
Will you look at them?
The air of the gallery was thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim brown, filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. We could not see the sky. Nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth. The rats. They screamed and howled and threw themselves against the glass. They were starving. And we three, we stood very quietly. Oh, very quietly in the center of the classroom under our beautiful light. And we waited.
What can we do? What can we do, Chief?
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy.
I just can't.
It won't do any. Won't do any good to stand here and shake.
That's right. Anybody want a cigarette?
Yes, I have one, thank you.
Good boy. We've got to keep calm about this thing. Here's a light.
They don't like the fire, do they?
Guess not.
Give me another match. You don't like that much, do you? I say?
Don't rile them, August.
Give me some more matches. I'll strike them and strike them and strike them until they get scared and go away.
They won't go away. Not until...
Finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
You can take just so much horror and then you get used to it. And they were interesting to watch, you know. They couldn't understand the glass. They could see us and they could rush at us, but that thin, invisible barrier held them off, stopped them. From time to time, we caught a glimpse of the rocks below. More rats down there, swarming brown velvet in the bright tropical sunlight. And then the tide began to rise. If only it had drowned some of them.
Ship's rats don't drown. No, sir, you cannot drown one of them. They're all climbing up the tower.
This bunch around us is getting thicker.
Say, what's the time?
6:15.
You've got first watch, John.
Right.
Wake me at 10.
I will.
Come along, August.
It was getting dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Oh, very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamps. It caught them. Lit them in their gigantic wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. Then I started the rotary motor. The light drove them mad as she swung slowly and smoothly about. She blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about, of a turning, of a touching, of a moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light. Bright light moving, and behind on the dark side of the room, so close, I dared not turn my back, but you cannot help turning your back when you're in a room made of glass. On the dark side of the room, you could not see them, but only their eyes. Thousands of points of blank red light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. Louis relieved me at 10, but I didn't get much sleep that night, and when I came up into the gallery early next morning, there stood August, his back to me. He was bowing to the rats, waving his arms and making a speech.
I am going to play once again that magnificent role which made me the toast of the Paris Theatre. Prelate, the evil genius of the medieval underworld. I am he who did guide the dark soul of the Maréchal into the nether paths. Do not be frightened, little children. I will not hurt you.
I stood staring at him, horror-struck, but he didn't notice me. The man had gone mad. He kept turning, telling his stories to all the rats, leaving no one out. August! August!
Ah, another one. A latecomer. Take a seat on the aisle, dear patron.
August,
move
stop
over
it,
there.
stop it.
Let the gentleman be
But
seated.
he didn't stop.
Come.
He went on, bowing and scraping to the rats, his big blue eyes rolling and winking, his wild red hair waving about him. I grabbed him by the arms, slapped his face. He looked at me like a child. And then his face screwed up. He looked as though he were about to cry. Go below, go on.
Oh, very well then. Later, my dear audience, later. Matinee today.
Sure, he was crazy. But I guess we all were. A few hours later, he came back up and caught Louis and me teasing the rats. Yes, sounds horrible. It was fun. We could get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall 110 feet to the surf below.
Look at the sharks!
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Here, I'll get another bunch together. Here, my beauties. That's it. Pile up. Kill each other. There they go!
Auguste joined in, too. Oh, very ingenious Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats!
It went on all day, and then I was lying in bed. It was about midnight. I was very tired, and I was just beginning to fall off to sleep when I became conscious of a new sound. Couldn't figure it at first. I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They had eaten the wood away. Louis, come quick!
What? What is it?
They found a way in. I held the glass with my hand. Now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, were all nibbling away at the wood. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy bodies thudding against the other side as the window gave way.
That ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No, they can't. What was that?
I don't know.
It came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Let's go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I leaped to one side and grabbed a marlin spike, swung, and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled to see Louis with the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got him.
My hand! He got my hand!
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Blood! Look at it! My blood! I'm bleeding!
Now, don't worry about it, Louis. Here, look. I'll wind this kerchief around it. It'll be okay.
Blood!
There now. It's not bad, just the flesh. And then I became conscious of another new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trap door. I watched the wood fascinated. Even as I did, it began to give way, and a bristling, whiskery nose showed through. Louis, we got to go up. Next level was the living quarters and kitchen. I slammed the trap door there, too, but it, too, was wood.
My blood. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We'll be through this one in a moment.
The gallery. The trap door in the gallery is metal.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trapdoor exhausted, while below us the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather. And all about us, the others screamed and glared in at us, swayed in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light. By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off, and so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting. The hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I saw a sight that brought me too fast.
Would you like to come in, my beauties? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
Auguste was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and slowly, very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder.
I found a coil of wire in the toolkit, and I trussed him up. fastened him to a stanchion in the center of the room. Louis was of no help. He lay on his side looking at his bloody hand, weak and sick as a baby. So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, The Rats. The day dragged by. The supply boat wasn't due for another 12 days. I don't know what they could have done if they had come. We had only one way of summoning them, and that was to shoot off distress rockets, but the rockets were 4 floors below. And even if they'd been right there in the gallery, I couldn't have opened a window to fire them. That night, I tended the light, but its flame was devouring our oxygen. The following day, we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting, and the following night, I again tended the light, but the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly, about midnight, the light went out. There's nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do. Nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. When I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us. Watching. Waiting. Below, it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And then, the rats, quite suddenly, were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, showing a few lights, came softly and innocently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? So I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger or crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried washing her back off. I could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising, would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had left us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Oh, yes. Well, that's the whole of it. And if you'll excuse me now, I must go set my traps. No, mouse traps. No rats in this lighthouse, I should say not. Life in the lights isn't bad, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous, sure. Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Three Skeleton Key by George Tadouse, adapted for radio by James Poe and starring Vincent Price as Jean. Supporting Mr. Price were Harry Bartell as August and Jeff Corey as Louis. Sound effects on Three Skeleton Key created by Cliff Thorsness and executed today by Mr. Thorsness, Gus Bays, and Jack Sixsmith, have been awarded the Best of the Year by Radio and Television Life magazine. Harry Essman was at the control panel, and special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week,
You are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder, and there can be no escape.
next week, we escape with an exciting tale of temptation and death on the Gulf Coast of Florida, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in Danger at Matagumba. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. A patch of weeds, a boxer's biography, and a mild, lukewarm bath. They're all clues that lead the police of Jackson, Michigan, to a killer in the gangbuster story on CBS this Saturday night. It's the case of the Double Push, to be heard on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This evening, the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, inaugurates a special summer series and welcomes as its musical conductor the world's foremost bandmaster, Arthur Pryor. With this famous band, he brings you the first chapter in the origin and development of orchestral and band music. And as the program opens, may we remind you that many of the things that make summer bearable despite blistering days and nights have either been created or improved through chemical research. The refrigeration that keeps foods in perfect condition in your home or at the market. The beautiful man-made yarns that go to make many of the new, cooler summer fabrics for men's and women's clothing. The air conditioning so increasingly in use in private and public buildings everywhere. These are but a few of the many summertime contributions to better things for better living through chemistry. In 1798, Congress authorized a drum major, a fife major, and 32 drums and fifes to play at all governmental functions. This became the nucleus of the oldest organized band in America, the United States Marine Band. On New Year's Day in 1801, it gave its first official concert at the White House and thereby established a custom that continues to this day. In 1888, its most famous bandmaster, John Philip Sousa, wrote one of his most popular marches in honor of the organization, the only musical composition which is officially recognized by the United States government. Arthur Pryor and his band play the official march of the United States Marine Corps, Semper Fidelis. of various descriptions sprung up at an early date. Love of music alone was responsible for their formation, for engagements were few and pay so small that it was necessary for the members to follow other professions and make their music their recreation. These semi-professional musicians did much to foster the spread of good music in America. And there was great interest and excitement in these communities when a famous concert band toured the country and played in their vicinity. The first great traveling concert band in America was directed by one of the most picturesque figures in musical history, Patrick Sarsfield Gilmore, affectionately known throughout the country as Pat Gilmore. Gilmore was an outstanding showman as well as a fine musician. At the Great Peace Jubilee in 1872 in Boston, he directed a band of over 1,000 pieces, and as a climax, when playing the Anvil Chorus from Il Trovatore, 100 red-shirted firemen hammered on 100 anvils to the rhythm of Verdi's music. And for the grand finale, the booms of cannons punctuated the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner. In honor of America's first bandmaster showman, Patrick Sarsfield Gilmore, Arthur Pryor and his band bring us the Anvil Chorus from Verdi's opera Il Trovatore. During Gilmore's lifetime, he became the conductor of the 22nd Regiment Band, and when he died in 1892, his place was taken by one of America's best beloved composers, Victor Herbert, whose music is equally popular both with bands and orchestras, and whose life story was told in last week's Cavalcade of America. Arthur Pryor and his band play selections from one of Victor Herbert's tuneful operettas, The Red Mill. the late 80s, in the town of St. Joseph, Missouri, considerable rivalry existed between two bands, Samuel D. Pryor's band and Winkler's Silver Cornet Band, which was also made up from the citizens of the town. Young Arthur Pryor, as a member of his father's organization, learned to play many different instruments, and his experiences with the band at St. Joe are typical of other similar bands throughout the country at this period. For celebrations or parades, both bands were engaged, and when they met, it was always the signal for one to try to outplay the other. Let us turn back to one of those days. Samuel Pryor's band is marching along the principal street on its way to join the procession, and young Arthur Pryor, still in his teens, is talking with the recent recruit.
Here comes Winkler's band. As they go by, blow your loudest and strongest. If they drown us out, we're disgraced.
How do you mean?
Well, Winkler boasts that he has more cornets than we have, and that he can drown us out. You know, when you hear another band playing another tune, it's hard to keep in unison. And the band that's still playing in unison after passing the other is the winner.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll do my best.
There they are. They've started. Pop always waits, and he has a system that helps us win. We can't help hearing the other band. And if you keep an eye on your bass drummer, and keep in time with his beat, you can't get mixed up.
I see.
Here comes Winkler, boys. We'll start General Boulanger march. And don't forget, watch the bass drum.
No.
All right. We've won again, boys. Winkler's whole band is quit except one clarinet, and he's playing our tune.
This was the situation in many small communities until the coming of such great concert bands as Gilmore's and Sousa's developed a great ambition for proficiency in artistry rather than in volume. Some of the members of these small town bands found their way into the famous organizations. The story of how Arthur Pryor joined Sousa's band is worth telling. One of Gilmore's musicians, Tom Shannon, had heard young Arthur play the trombone with the senior Pryor's band, and he was offered an engagement. On Gilmore's death, Shannon joined Sousa's organization, and at his suggestion, Sousa sent for Pryor. A tall, shy young man arrives in New York and is allowed to rehearse on probation with a great bandmaster. Sousa is just finishing one of his marches. Young Pryor is seated in the trombone section of the band.
All right, boys. And now we'll try goodbye.
Well, here's where you get yours, young fella.
You mean me?
I sure do. There's a trombone cadenza in this number that's a corker. One of the boys lost his job last week because of it.
I noticed it before we started rehearsing. I think I have it memorized.
Never mind memorizing it, just play it.
Yeah, if your trombone doesn't fall apart.
All right, boys. Ready?
All right, Hayseed. Here's where you stand up and play your swan song.
Young man, play that again.
What's the matter? Was it too slow?
You heard the boss. Go on, play it again.
Yes, sir. I'll play it faster. Well, you may take me for a rube, but you can't make fun of me.
Wait a minute, Pryor. Where are you going?
Back to St. Joe.
Well, you'll do nothing of the kind. You'll go right down to the office and sign your contract as first trombone in Sousa's band.
A firm foundation with his father's band, followed by 9 seasons with Sousa, with whom he soon became assistant conductor, prepared Arthur Pryor to take his place among the great bandmasters in the cavalcade of America. And it also enabled him to study new and colorful styles of band arrangement and composition. One which he wrote in memory of a little dog he owned when a boy, a dog that wasn't responsive to the spoken word, but who never failed to answer a whistle, is probably his most popular work. He'll play it now. The Whistler and His Dog. We usually think of band music as a succession of lusty marches. But such men as Gilmore, Sousa, and Pryor, with their great concert organizations, have proved that band music is capable of delicate and colorful shading equal to that of a string orchestra. Here's an example. Arthur Pryor and his band will bring us Johann Strauss's lovely waltz, The Beautiful Blue Danube. small-town organizations encourage the visits of the big concert bands, so in turn the big bands encourage the formation and improvement of more small bands. Until today, there is hardly a high school in the country that doesn't have its own band. Thousands of people attend park concerts, and millions more enjoy their band music over the radio. As a tribute to the ability of American bands and their success in bringing the great classics to the music-loving public, Arthur Pryor's band plays the stirring Ride of the Valkyries by Richard Wagner. let's take a quick make-believe trip to Dallas, Texas. Hurry on out to the Texas Centennial Grounds and walk into the cool, air-conditioned DuPont exhibit, The Wonder World of Chemistry.
I ever saw, never in my life have I.
What's this?
Why, coal tar, it says.
What's it for?
Wait, that young fellow's going to tell us something.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Out of this sticky black substance, coal tar, chemistry produces aromatic bases for perfumes and for the scents used in soaps and cosmetics. Now, if any of you ladies wish to dip your handkerchiefs into this fountain of perfume made with the aid of coal tar, you're welcome to do so. You will find the fragrance of your favorite flower.
If I didn't smell it with my own nose, I wouldn't believe it.
Yes, perfumes from coal tar. Surely a striking example of the wonders that chemical research can perform. These aromatic bases not only find use in perfumes for my lady and as scents for cosmetics and soaps, but they are also important to industry. There are many manufactured products which in themselves possess a disagreeable odor. By adding a small amount of an aromatic compound, these products take on a pleasant odor, thus making them more convenient to use and easier to sell. And so, because they affect so many things with which all of us come in daily contact, the aromatic bases that spring from humble coal tar offer additional evidence of the truth expressed in the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Same time, Arthur Pryor and his band will again be heard when DuPont continues with its summer series of the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Good evening, Creep. Tonight your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. As after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff in his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts the shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Now, dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlight phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long. Oh,
my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Hurt in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Yes. Your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to this trouble.
It's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no doctor.
But it's all right.
Put down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private one.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to the side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. It's arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see. We'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, I'm hurt, please. Well, this is 864.
Please, after your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda? That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Well, you drive up Highway 26 through Accord and turn right when you pass the first gas station. Just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got to go.
Shut up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
Pretty big.
It's a sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave? Police calls?
Yes.
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now there, I've opened the door. Now get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you?
Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the Gentleman Killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn it
of
on. Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. It'll make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen, then you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think so. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Oh, you know you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end out in a sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Oh, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh, I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh.
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going.
Yes.
Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
Oh. All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. That's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblocks? Well, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop. Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child. Oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
That's some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I've found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figured, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other worse things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or you're going to make me open all the doors to find out?
That one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs. Canning.
I warn you, if you hurt
You first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Ah, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. Let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now, give me the key. Thank you. Now, we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now, we'll lock this door on the outside. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Huh?
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
Norm. Everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle.
What do you mean?
What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked. Judy wouldn't have much of a chance.
Oh, no!
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning? You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning?
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry. Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Mrs. Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh, well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer.
Good morning, Mrs. Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Yes, you can put them on the table there.
All right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello.
Do you have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey,
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay, you win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Heaven.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You look like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
Which all goes to prove that a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. No, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I've come to the end of my rope. I've tried my best for 20 years to please Agatha. I gave up my painting and tried business after business and failed in every venture. Now I can't go on any longer. I'm through. Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of the alibi. Poor Henry Farrington paces the library floor. Through his mind run the events of the past 20 years, from the day when he married the wealthy young widow Agatha Durant. Henry hadn't a dollar of his own then, nothing but charm. He still hasn't a dollar of his own, and now very little charm. Henry was a struggling artist, but Agatha was a businesswoman and was determined to make Henry a businessman. And Henry had tried hard. Agatha backed him in venture after venture, bossing him, completely dominating his every moment. But Henry experienced nothing but failure, and gradually Agatha's love turned to disgust. And now, 20 years later, his artistic talent long since vanished, he realizes what a wreck Agatha has made of him.
What are you doing in here, Henry?
Morning, Agatha.
I said, what are you doing?
Why, I'm just thinking.
That's what I thought. What are you doing with the lights on in the daytime?
Why, it's cloudy this morning. Bit dull in here.
You don't need lights to think. Turn them out.
Yes, Agatha.
Are you going to do nothing but mope around again today?
What do you want me to do?
Do you know what day this is?
Why, no. What day is it? Perhaps I've forgotten.
You'd forget your head if it weren't tied down. It's the 1st of the month. You go into town and collect the rent on the store buildings.
Very well, Agatha. Shall I deposit it in the bank?
No. Bring it back here. And hang on to it. You lost it last time. Or so you said.
I did lose it.
You need a nursemaid to follow your every move.
You've done a pretty good job of it.
Did you order the garden hose yesterday?
No, I forgot it. I had a lot on my mind.
Yeah. What's bothering you now?
Well, I've got a chance to get in on a pretty good deal. I need some money.
What kind of a deal?
Well, it's an oil lease deal.
Who with?
Why, Joe Hammond. A 50-50 proposition.
Joe Hammond? You know better than to talk to me about Joe Hammond.
He's done pretty well.
Yes, for himself. Double-crossed everybody he ever came in contact with.
He's a good lawyer.
You mean he was? Good thing I caught up with him and had him disbarred. He'd have stolen every dime I have.
It only takes $2,000.
$2,000? Add up all the thousands I've given you to put over business deals, and you'd have a fortune. You haven't an ounce of business sense in your whole body.
I never said I had. That was your idea. You started me on my business career, and you can take the consequences.
What do you mean by that?
I'm going in on that deal. I need $2,000. And one way or another, I'm going to get it.
I wish I knew what you mean.
You'll know later.
Where you going?
Into town to collect the rents.
You better bring it back with you.
I will, Agatha. I'll bring the rent and...
And what?
And the hose. Of course. Good morning, Agatha.
Threatening me. Well, I'll soon fix him.
Agatha stands staring after him. Terrible thoughts race through her mind. Thoughts of fear, disgust, hatred, money, death, revenge. Her head begins to whirl. She can scarcely breathe. Her eyes bulge in terror, and she clutches at her heart, her throat.
Higgins! Higgins!
Higgins, the butler, rushes in, realizes at once that Agatha has had another of her heart attacks, carries her to the Davenport, gives her a dose of her stimulant, and calls Dr. Johnson.
I heard her call to me, but she was unconscious when I reached her, Dr. Johnson. I gave her some of her heart medicine.
And I don't remember her having one of these attacks for several months, Higgins.
She's had one a week for the last 4 or 5 weeks, Doctor.
Oh, dear. Well, she'll pull out of it in a few minutes. Her heart's in a terrible condition. She's been under some extreme emotional strain. Oh, yes. She's coming round now. Morning, Agatha.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Well, you haven't been eating enough apples.
Who sent for you? What's happened?
Why, well, ma'am, you had another attack. I called Dr. Johnson.
Attack? Nonsense.
No, it isn't nonsense, Agatha. You've had one of the worst attacks you've ever had.
No.
Believe me, if you don't drop all this business worry and control your temper, well, you won't have many more.
Oh, bosh.
Tell me, what brought this on, Agatha? Some deal turn out badly? Lose a little money someplace?
No, I didn't.
Oh, all right, Agatha. But I'm warning you, you'd better slow down, forget business, and control that temper. Do you realize what your blood pressure is?
No, and I don't care.
Oh, dear. Henry must have pulled a dilly.
Who said anything about Henry?
Oh, no. Take it easy, Agatha. You know, you're your own worst enemy. Well, I'll be running along.
Good.
Plenty of rest and quiet, and no temper. Goodbye, Agatha.
Goodbye.
Poor Henry walks around town for a half hour and finally gets up sufficient courage to see Joe Hammond, the ex-lawyer.
Well, Henry, have you got the 2,000?
Well, no, that is not exactly, Joe.
When will you have it?
I can raise it, but it'll take a little longer than you gave me.
Now, look, Henry, I bought that lease and gave my check for 4,000. Your check bounced. You didn't have a dime, and you knew it. Now I'm caught short because of you. And you'd better dig up the 2,000, or I'm turning it over to the county attorney.
I'll get it, Joe.
How will you get it?
I'll figure it out.
Did you ask your wife?
Yes. But she refused when I told her it was a deal with you.
Oh, you're a sap, Henry. You know she hates me.
I've told her she was all wrong about you.
I couldn't stand to be around a woman like that.
Sometimes I can hardly stand it myself.
I'd kill her.
What did you say?
I said I'd feed her ground glass. She's done enough to me. And if I had to put up with her as you have, well, I'd do something about it.
What would you do, Joe?
I'd wring her neck. I can't stand a bossy woman.
You'd kill her, would you?
Oh, well, I was just speaking figuratively. You've tried hard, Henry. You've done your very best to be a successful businessman. It isn't your fault. So far, you failed, and she's sore about it. Left her entire fortune to her niece, a mere nitwit of a girl just out of school.
I know, but she took out a $50,000 policy payable to me.
Oh, what good does that do you? If you die first.
But she isn't very well, Joe.
She may live for years. You may bump off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, I doubt that. Nothing wrong with you that a bank account wouldn't fix. Is there?
No, guess not.
She's got all the money she'll ever need. She's not in a jam. She's seen everything. It'll all go to that niece. Except the insurance made out to you. That's payable in a few days, you know, after death.
Yeah?
I'm in a jam, Henry, and you're in a jam. You better start figuring some way out. I'll give you to the end of the week, Saturday at noon.
You mean you must have the money by then?
Oh, no, not necessarily money. Just, just some sort of assurance that you know where you can really get it.
I see.
Yeah. Well, think it over. And I'll always be around if you want any legal advice.
Thanks, Joe, for the extension. I'll be in touch with you.
Agatha is in her room now, sleeping. Her niece has come home from college, having graduated, and brings with her a young man. The two young people are waiting for the aunt to wake up.
Believe me, Janet, this is certainly a swell place. I had no idea it was like this.
I thought you'd like it, Grant.
I've never lived in a house with more than 6 rooms. This place must have at least 15.
More than that, darling.
Mm-hmm. Your Aunt Agatha certainly must have a lot of money to be able to keep a place like this.
She has. She has more than she knows what to do with.
What'd the butler say happened to her?
Oh, she had another attack. It's her heart. She has a terrible temper and pays no attention to the doctor's warnings about getting excited. According to Higgins, the doctor said he doubted if she could stand another like the one today.
Must be in pretty bad shape. Do you think she'll like me, Janet?
Why shouldn't she? I do. Oh, I warn you, she's a sour face and grouchy. But don't let her upset you. She'll get used to you. I love you very much, Grant. That's all that really matters.
I love you, Janet. More than anything in the world.
Your aunt will see you now, Miss Janet.
Thanks. Come along, Grant.
All right.
You wait outside the door. I want to talk to her first. I'll try to get her in a good humor.
Boy, this is a tense moment. I feel like I'm going before a judge.
Hello, Aunt Agatha. How do you feel?
I feel all right. How long have you been here?
Oh, about half an hour. Sorry to hear you had another attack today. You should take things more calmly.
That's easier said than done.
How's Uncle Henry?
He's in town. Good-for-nothing man.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
What do you know about it? Nothing.
Well, I think I know Uncle Henry rather well.
All men are the same. I wouldn't trust one around the street.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Aunt Agatha,
Well, what's on your mind? What are you trying to say?
I have a surprise for you.
Surprise? What do you mean?
I brought a guest home with me.
A guest? Least you could do was warn me. Who is she?
It isn't a girl.
Who, then?
Just a minute. Come in, Grant. Aunt Agatha, this is Grant.
Grant? Grant who?
Grant Collins. I'm very happy to meet you, Mrs. Farrington.
What's he doing here?
He's going to stay here for a while.
Why?
Well, because I asked him to.
Well, I didn't ask him.
But, Aunt Agatha, you don't understand.
I understand, all right. And I don't need any explanations. Is this an example of what you've been doing at college, running around with men?
Well, this is different. Grant is more than just a friend.
I have enough trouble around here now without taking on any more. You'll have to leave at once.
What? You don't know what you're saying.
I certainly do.
Perhaps I can explain
You
it.
keep out of this. This doesn't concern you.
I'm afraid it does concern him, Aunt Agatha.
Well, who is he? Where'd you meet him? What does he do?
Well, I'm just an ordinary person. I haven't come from any great family, if that's what you mean. And I haven't any money.
What's your business?
Well, I haven't any regular line. I've done a lot of things. But I'll hit on something.
Another one. Just like Henry. You ought to have more sense than that, Janet.
But I love Grant.
Nonsense.
And I love Janet.
Young man, you better leave this house before I lose my temper. I'm not going to have my niece throwing herself away on a nobody. Now get out.
Just a minute, Aunt Agatha. This is my home, too. Grant is here at my request.
Is that so? Your home, eh? It's your home only so long as I choose to make it so. You're my heir, but if you dare to defy me, I'll change that quicker than you can bat an eye.
Oh, you're jumping to conclusions. After you get to know me better, I think you'll like me, Aunt Agatha.
Aunt Agatha. What do you mean by Aunt Agatha?
I'm your nephew.
Did you say nephew?
Yes, he did. Grant and I are married.
Married?
We were married today.
How dare you? How dare you do such a thing without
Now,
consulting
please,
me?
Aunt Agatha, don't let yourself get excited.
Get out of here. Get out.
But please, Mrs. Farrington, give me a chance to explain.
This marriage will be annulled immediately, Janet, or I'm through with you. Do you hear? I'll change the will and leave you nothing. It's final. Now get out. Get out, both of you, and leave me alone. Get out.
Come on, Grant. Let's leave her alone before she has another attack.
What do you think we should?
I'm all right now. Leave me alone.
Say, I never expected anything like this.
Neither did I.
She certainly is in a bad way.
Yes, I didn't realize it was quite this serious. She's in a terrible mental state.
Well, this is a pretty situation for us.
Oh, I don't want you to leave, darling. You'd better wait a few days until she's better. There must be some way to win her over.
I hope you're right.
I'll have a talk with Uncle Henry. Something's happened to cause all this. I'll find out as soon as he comes in. Now, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right.
I hope so. I'll just keep out of her way for a few days and see what develops.
Now, long after dinner, Uncle Henry sits alone in the library, deeply lost in thought. On the desk before him is a small calibered revolver. His fingers toy with the weapon. And as the door opens, he slips the gun into his desk drawer. Janet closes the door and steps into the room.
Uncle Henry,
Huh? Oh, come in, Janet.
I wanted to talk with you alone.
Talk with me? Very well.
What is your opinion of Grant?
Why, I like him. Fine boy.
Do you suppose it would do any good if you talked to Aunt Agatha?
I? You know as well as I do how she feels about me. And in her eyes, Grant is an exact counterpart of me. She thinks it's the same situation over again. And she's determined that you won't have to put up with a failure as she did with me.
But how does she know he'll be a failure?
I'm her yardstick for all men without means.
What happened today to cause the heart attack?
Her violent temper.
But there must have been a reason.
Yes, Janet, there was. I had a deal on, and I needed $2,000. She flew into a rage and had the attack after I left the house.
What on earth are we going to do about her?
I don't know, Janet. As for me, well, I've come to the end of my rope. I've tried my best for 20 years to please her. Now, well, I just can't go on any longer. I'm through.
What do you mean?
Just that. There's nothing left for me now. I'm too old to try anything new. Too old to go back to my painting, and Agatha is becoming more resentful every day. I'm licked.
Uncle Henry, are you trying to tell me that you're planning something?
Planning something, my dear? What do you mean?
You mustn't, Uncle Henry. Regardless of how you feel, there's still much to live for.
Is there?
You've always been so kind and good to me. I just couldn't stand it if you were to...
No, please, darling. I'm much older than you. I just see things differently, that's all. And it's been terrible lonely in this house since you've been gone. Now it'll become lonelier and lonelier, filled with hatred and greed and resentment, and I couldn't stand it.
Promise me you won't do anything foolish.
Janet, whatever I do will be for the best. Please believe me. Everything will come out for the best.
Around 12 o'clock that night, Janet, Grant, and Henry go to their rooms. The big house settles down to sleep. Then, 2 hours after midnight, Agatha stirs uneasily in her bed. An eerie figure in white stands beside her. She opens her eyes.
What? Who's there?
I want you, Agatha Farrington.
Aunt Agatha! Good heavens. Grant, Uncle Henry, hurry!
What's happened? I heard a scream.
Janet, what was it?
There's the medicine. Give her a dose.
I'll rub her wrists. Oh, she's as cold as ice.
What on earth could have happened? A nightmare?
She's had quite a shock.
Oh, her pulse is fairly strong.
She's coming to.
Oh. What happened?
Well, you screamed. You had fainted when we got here.
Yes. There was someone in this room. I saw it.
Saw what?
I don't know what it was. It was a figure in white.
Auntie, you must have had a nightmare.
Maybe so. It could have been a nightmare, but it seemed so real.
Look. The window to the balcony is open. Did you open it, Aunt Agatha?
No, I never keep it open.
Look outside, Grant.
You mean it might have been a burglar? My diamonds.
It could have been a burglar. And your scream frightened him away.
Look in the box in the drawer.
I did. They're all here.
Not a sign of anyone outside.
Do you feel better now?
What's happened, ma'am? Anything wrong?
No, Higgins, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right. And lock that balcony window.
Now it is the next night. Uncle Henry is sitting alone at the desk in the library, lost again in a deep study. Grant and Janet are in the living room.
You really think it might have been a prowler last night, Grant?
Well, I don't know. The window was open. It could have been.
I'm inclined to think it was nothing more than a nightmare. She's been so upset lately.
Well, if it was a burglary, he didn't get anything.
Well, that's true. And he might try it again.
If he does, he's liable to get a good scare.
What do you mean?
This.
Grant, where did you get that revolver?
Out of my trunk.
Oh, please, Grant, I don't like guns. Let them take what they want. If you start shooting, they're liable to shoot back. Besides, jewels can be replaced.
Now, don't worry, darling. I couldn't shoot anyone if I tried. Anyway, there are no bullets in it.
Then what good is it?
Well, it's a little .32 I use in school for a starting gun. It has nothing but blanks in it. Yeah, see? It won't hurt anyone, but it'll give them a good scare.
Well, blanks or no blanks, I don't like guns around.
Now, don't worry, darling.
Oh, good heavens, it's 7:30. I'd better get dressed or we'll be late for the Morrison's party.
Oh, yeah, you better hurry. I'm all ready. I want to see about the car. Oh, Higgins.
Yes, sir. Come in, sir. I was just having a little coffee and a bite to eat. Would you care for anything, sir?
No, thanks. Did Rollins check my tires and gas?
I did, sir. Rollins and the others are all off tonight. I put your car in front.
Oh, thanks.
Excuse me, sir. Farrington residence? Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Hammond. He's dozing in the library. I'll get him. What? Oh, I see. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Joe Hammond wants Mr. Farrington to come over to his place this evening. I'll tell him. Excuse me, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
Oh, no. I'll be running along in a few minutes. By the way, since Mr. Farrington's going out, you'd better look in on Mrs. Farrington once in a while.
Oh, I will, sir.
So Grant and Janet drive to the Morrisons' estate to attend a charity lawn party. And Henry goes to talk things over with Joe Hammond, the ex-lawyer who holds Henry's bad check. Then, toward midnight, the lawn party breaks up and Grant and Janet return home.
Well, that was a wonderful party, Grant. I never saw so many people. Friends I haven't seen for 4 years. I was thrilled to death.
Yes, it was quite an affair. I wonder how much they raised. Good many thousands, I imagine. And did that red-headed gal sell war bonds?
I'll run up and see how Aunt Agatha is. I'll be right down.
Right. I think I'll have a nightcap. Want one?
No, thanks.
Hello, Grant.
Oh, hello.
Party over already?
Yeah, big affair. Had a great time.
I got to talking business with Joe Hammond, and first thing I knew, it was almost midnight.
Grant, call Dr. Johnson.
What? Janet, what is it?
Aunt Agatha. Come quickly, Uncle Henry. Call Dr. Johnson, Grant. You can't get him. Call the emergency hospital. Get a police ambulance.
I'm still trying to get Dr. Johnson, Janet.
Never mind, Grant. Police surgeon says we won't need Dr. Johnson.
Did he pull her out of the attack?
No. He couldn't do a thing for her. She was dead when they got here.
Good heavens. Well, she must have had a severe attack.
Well, you see, Grant,
Just a minute, folks. I'd like to ask a few questions, and I'd prefer that you didn't carry on any conversation with each other.
No conversation? Well, what's he mean, Janet?
Never mind. I'll get around to that. Take all their fingerprints, Davis. while I'm talking.
Yeah, Captain. Yep. I demand an explanation. What do you mean, fingerprints?
How long have you known Janet Farrington?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
Where did you meet her?
At a dance, a party.
Did you know all about her? Who she was, her family?
Certainly.
What do you know about him?
Why, I just knew I loved him, and that was enough.
I take it your financial condition is not so good, Grant.
Well, no, I haven't any money, but what's that to do with it?
Did Agatha Farrington object to your marriage?
Yes, she did. She threatened to change her will unless we had the marriage annulled, but...
Did you care whether that happened, Grant?
Well, certainly. I didn't want Janet to lose her inheritance. What are you getting at?
Grant had nothing to do with it, I tell you. I know what you're inferring, and it's ridiculous. Grant didn't marry me for my money.
What's this about prowlers around the house?
Well, we aren't sure there were prowlers. Agatha claimed someone was in her room last night. The window was wide open, but we aren't sure about it.
It was a nightmare.
Well, she did keep some jewelry in her room, and from the looks of the room, someone certainly went through it thoroughly.
Who knew about where she kept the jewelry?
Why, all three of us knew. And Higgins the butler knew about it.
Where's Higgins?
Why, I never thought of that. Probably in his room. I'll look. Higgins! Higgins! He's unconscious.
Yeah. He's been blackjacked.
Higgins! Higgins!
Mr. Farrington, what's wrong?
Who slugged you?
Slugged me? Why, I've been asleep.
That's what you think. Feel the bump on your head.
Good heavens.
Did you hear any shots tonight?
Shots? No, I was in my room. I must have dozed off in the chair.
Then it must have been a burglar.
What goes on here? Anyone would think you were trying to cook up a murder.
No, Grant. The murder's already been done.
What?
Yes. Mrs. Farrington was shot in the chest. Twice.
Shot? But that's not possible. Shot?
Here you are, Captain. We found this gun in the young fellow's room. It's been fired twice.
Well, this is silly. That's a starting gun. Nothing but blanks in it.
Who fired it?
What? I haven't the slightest idea.
All right, Davis. Take the gun and the bullets from Mrs. Farrington's body and have ballistics check on them. Well, young fellow, according to the ballistics test, the bullets that killed her were fired from your gun.
But it isn't possible, I tell you. My gun had nothing but blanks.
And there were no fingerprints but yours. I'm afraid you're stuck with this deal.
Oh, please listen.
I couldn't have done it.
You had a motive, a gun, and an opportunity. And furthermore, you left that party for a half hour tonight. We checked on it. We have a witness who saw you leave.
All right, what if I did? My gun has blanks in it. Oh, please believe me. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing. I couldn't.
You killed Mrs. Farrington, and you might as well admit it.
I didn't. I didn't shoot her. I swear I never touched her.
I can't stand by and see an innocent person suffer for this. The boy didn't do it. I did it. I had a better reason. I planned it. I'd have enough of Agatha, and I was caught in a jam. I did it to get the insurance she left me. I was desperate. I came back and slugged Higgins while he was asleep, shot Agatha, and left the house.
I don't believe you. You're trying to cover up for him, but it won't hold water. We've got him dead to rights.
But I couldn't have killed her. I only wanted to scare her.
What? Go ahead.
Nothing.
Then you did come back here. Spill it.
Well, all right, I did come back.
Grant, what are you saying?
I had the gun, but there were nothing but blanks in it. I doped Higgins' coffee before I left the house. I came back and went to her room. I fired the blanks.
Why?
Well, I knew she had a weak heart. I figured the shock would bring on her death. I was the figure in her bedroom. I couldn't see Janet lose her fortune, but I didn't want to give her up.
Grant, how could you? I can't believe it.
I tell you, I came back and shot her. If he fired blanks, then I must have fired the bullets that actually killed her.
Look at his gun. Real bullets in it.
What? Why, they are bullets.
Where's your gun, Farrington?
Here.
Open it.
Great Scott. Why, they're blanks.
That settles it. Come on, young fella. We've had enough talk about this. The evidence is all against you.
Yes, Grant. The evidence is all against you. And nothing can save you now. Try as he might, Henry can never convince anyone that he planned to kill Agatha. Although it is true he did come back and fire at her, just as you did, Grant. But it was definitely you and your gun that fired the fatal bullets. Of course, I know what you're wondering. How did the real bullets get in your revolver? You know, don't you, Janet? Tell us what happened.
I saw Uncle Henry put a revolver in his desk as I stepped into the library that night. I was afraid he was going to kill himself. When Grant showed me his gun with the blanks, I switched the shells in their guns to keep Uncle from committing suicide. You see, I never dreamed that Grant had a plan afoot to cause my aunt's death by mental murder.
There you are. Another tale of greed and revenge and hatred, all unraveled as neatly as you please.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and comes to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland in the Sinclair Lewis story, Dodsworth.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program, ladies and gentlemen, is your program, for the Lux Radio Theater is made possible by your purchases of our products. Starring tonight on our stage on Hollywood Boulevard are Walter Houston, his wife Nan Sunderland, Barbara O'Neill, Pedro de Cordova, and Barbara Kent. As special guest, Mr. Arthur M. Levy, head of styles and wardrobe at 20th Century Fox Studios. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra, while our entire production is under the personal direction of that celebrated pioneer of motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. After 35 years behind footlights, Walter Houston's idea of happiness is to do one play a year, one picture a year, and 2 broadcasts in the Lux Radio Theater. The rest of his time he spends at his home in the San Bernardino Mountains, 100 miles from Hollywood, where your prestige is gauged by the amount of wood you can chop. It's typical of Walter that he enjoys this brand of happiness. He once said, if I were a different type of man, I'd undoubtedly be tempted by the money to be made doing several pictures a year. I'd get rich and very miserable. It would keep me from the stage. It would keep me from the mountains. And I'd be playing parts I probably wouldn't like. Sooner or later, he says, we're going to discover that money is the most overrated thing on earth, and honest work the most belittled. The practice of that philosophy has made Walter one of our most sincere and competent artists. As Dodsworth, in Sinclair Lewis' distinguished story, he returns with Nan Sunderland, Mrs. Houston, to enact for us again one of the most memorable performances ever given on our stage. Our delight in hearing Miss Sunderland is one which theater audiences will soon share when she appears on Broadway in a new play. She's heard tonight as Fran. Also high on our star-studded cast are Barbara O'Neill as Edith Cartwright, Barbara Kent as Emily Dodsworth, and Pedro de Cordova as Arnold Israel. And here's our play, the Lux Radio Theater production of Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland. Our scene is the comfortably furnished library of the Dodsworth home in Zenith. It's late afternoon, and Fran Dodsworth, smartly dressed for traveling, sits beside the fire checking over a list of things to be done before her departure. Mary, the maid, listens attentively.
Let me see now, Mary. Wasn't there something else? Oh, yes, those books on the table. Mr. Dodds was taking them along. See if you can't slip them into his big leather suitcase.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
And send all the old magazines to the Salvation Army.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
And when my daughter and Miss McKee get back from their honeymoon, I put all the wedding presents that came after they left in the closet of Miss Emily's old room.
I'll tell her, ma'am.
Oh, Sam, how are you, dear? That's all, Mary.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
Well, is everything settled, Sam?
Yes, it's all over. The Revelation Motor Company, Samuel Dodsworth, president and founder, became the property of United Motors a little over an hour ago.
How do you feel?
Well, how would any man feel who just sold 25 years of his life?
I suppose you feel kind of lost.
Well, I knew what I was doing when I sold, Fran. I know what I'm after from now on.
You mustn't feel lost, though. I mean, that will wear off. Life isn't going to be empty from now on. It's going to be fuller than ever and richer for both of us, Sam. Think, darling, you're free. After 20 years of doing what was expected of you, we're free.
Yes, I suppose so.
Don't look so mournful about it, darling. It all seems so exciting to me.
Yeah, but I'm just as keen on this trip as you are, Fran. I'm raring to go. I've always wanted to see London and Paris.
Oh, but I want much more than a trip out of this, Sam. I want a new life all over from the beginning. A perfectly glorious, free, adventurous life.
Well, what's to prevent?
Nothing if we start off on a free foot. Why, I'd almost sell this house so we wouldn't have anything to tie us down.
Good Lord, Fran, it's our home. We built ourselves into it.
What I want is to get us some new selves now.
Me?
Yes, you. Why, if we weren't tied to this deadly, half-baked Middle Western town...
Now, Fran, now don't start knocking Zenith. I can be free enough without going back on my hometown.
I'm thinking of my freedom, too. In Europe, a woman of my age is just getting to where men take a serious interest in her. And I just won't be put on the shelf by my daughter when I can still dance better and longer than she can. I've got brains, and thank heaven I've still got looks. And no one ever takes me for more than 35, or 30 even. I'm begging for life, Sam. No, I'm not. I'm demanding it.
Well, I see how you feel. All right, I'll enjoy life now if it kills me, and it probably will.
We've earned this trip, Sam. It's coming to both of us. You've got plenty to show for all your work. We've brought up Emily and seen her married. And I've done my part, Sam. It hasn't always been easy.
And it will, dear, from now on.
Oh, Sam, I love you ever so much more when you're not just an old horse in a treadmill.
I'm sorry, you bloody European travelers.
Oh, hello, Tubby. Hello, matey.
Oh,
Voulez-vous français, Springsy Dites? Got a spaghetti?
Oh, stop being funny, Tubby.
Oh, let him alone, matey. He's just glad to see us go.
Sure. How are you, Fran?
All right. Let me take your things, matey.
Oh, thanks. We weren't satisfied just to come to the station with everyone else, Sam.
No?
We're going to New York with you.
Yeah?
What?
That's right. Me and the wife's going to see you off the pier. Toot, toot. All ashore. Goodbye.
Say, that's great, isn't it, Fran, huh?
Yes. I'll run up and close the bag.
But, Fran, Tubby and matey came to see you, too.
I won't be long. Oh, can't I help you?
Go ahead, matey.
Oh, let me come along, Fran. I won't be in the way.
Well, Tubby, old son of a gun, how about a cocktail?
No, thanks.
What's wrong with you?
I think I'll stay sober until after I've given you a hunk of my mind.
Yeah, what have I done?
You know darn well what you've done. Americans like you and me can't quit work, Sam. We've met to keep on working till we die in harness.
Tubby, I'm out to make a new life for myself. I'm out to learn how to enjoy my leisure now I've retired. I've been doing things that people expected of me always.
Oh, shut up. If you think I can see my oldest and closest friend turned into an expatriate parlor snake because Zenith isn't good enough for his wife.
Easy now, easy, Tubby.
Ever since college, I've guessed you and looked up to you. You're pretty near everything I'm not and ought to be. But you're a blame fool when it comes to your wife.
You don't know what you're talking about.
What were you trying to do, Tubby? Make Sam buy back the company?
No, I wasn't. But Sam's going to regret this the end of his life. He knows it as well as I do.
No, I don't, Tubby. I don't know anything of the kind. All I know is that I'm out to see some of the world I haven't seen and get a perspective on the USA. I might get to know myself at the same time. I might even get to know my wife. Fran, did I remember to tell you today that I adore you?
Oh, Major Lockhart.
Here you are. I've been looking for you, Fran.
Have you? Wasn't the captain's dinner delightful?
Done up quite well, I thought. Where's your husband?
I left him out on the deck to cool off. The fresh air won't hurt him. He thinks he sees a lighthouse or something.
Sorry it's over, Fran.
Sorry, what's over?
The voyage.
No. Oh, not that I've been bored. You've taken excellent care of that, Major Lockhart. If it hadn't been for meeting you Britishers, though. Sam says he can't wait to set foot on British soil. Well, neither can I. But when I do set foot...
You'll try your wings.
That's very pretty, Major. I hope I don't fall.
I've been laying out things for us to do in London.
For us to do?
Why not?
Fran, it was land.
Oh, was it, Sammy dear?
Bishop's Light, they call it. Say, I could get ashore in half an hour if I had a motorboat. I can't believe we've done it. Ashore in England.
If you keep on across the ocean in a straight line, Sammy, you're bound to strike land sooner or later.
I know, but England.
That's the most natural part of it, Dodsworth. If it were Africa now, where England...
Well, my first sight of England isn't funny to me. Come on, Fran. Come on and look at the light, huh?
I suppose we'll have to. Coming, Major?
Well, it is my native land, you know.
There you are. See it, Fran? Look, Bishop's Light.
Yes, Sam, I'm cold. Let's go in.
You know, I could get ashore in half an hour if I had a fast motorboat.
I'd rather dance. Coming, Major Lockhart?
All right, you two go along. I'll join you after I've calmed down.
Mr. Dodsworth?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Courtright.
What was it you just called that light? I saw it, too.
Bishop's Light. Of course, I've never been across before. I got excited.
Oh, well, there's nothing like a first trip to Europe.
Yeah, especially when you're old enough to know what you're after.
What are you after?
Well, I'm enjoying my leisure. You see, I've been doing things myself for a long time now. I thought I'd give things a chance to do something to me.
Oh, the education of an American.
Yes, you might call it that.
How long have you given yourself?
6 months. Oh, I'll be homesick by then.
Yes. I was homesick the first year I came over.
Came over? Where from?
Michigan.
Oh, are you an American, Mrs. Courtright?
I don't know what I am. I used to be a British subject by marriage. I don't know that one can be a British subject by divorce. I expect I'm just a woman who lives in Italy.
Italy? Why?
It's cheap.
Oh. Say, what's it like?
Well, now, that depends on what one's after, as you'd say.
Well, when a man has no more job and his wife wants a fling, there are worse things than travel.
Much worse.
Yeah, but for a steady thing, give me America. For Americans, that is.
Your wife wouldn't say that.
She will by the time our 6 months are up.
I hope she does. Drifting isn't nearly as pleasant as it looks.
Say, if you don't like it, why don't you give it up?
Well, one drifts for a lack of a reason to do anything else.
Well, what do you want?
What do you suppose any lone woman wants?
I guess I've been talking too much again. I'm sorry, Mrs. Courtright. Look around you, Fran. Piccadilly, London.
Sam, please.
You know, I just can't get over it. Smell it. Sooty. That's the coal smoke. Listen to it, Fran. You know, New York may be noisier, but this is deeper.
Sam, don't act like a tourist. Come on. Well, here we are. Come in, Major Lockhart.
Thanks.
Oh, it was a grand evening, wasn't it?
Was for me.
Oh, Sam. Sam, dear. I guess he's not home yet. Sit down, Clyde.
It's rather late.
Oh, please, Clyde. He's gone off to a stag dinner. Won't be home for hours yet. You can keep me company.
I say, he isn't likely to come in roaring, is he, and shoot me when he finds me here.
Sam. Sam has all the old-fashioned virtues except jealousy.
Call it a virtue, do you?
Well, when a wife who isn't exactly plain and seems to be attractive to other men and doesn't mind when they show her that they are attractive.
Oh, quite. Yes, I see what you mean.
Clyde, you're not being as amusing as usual tonight.
I don't feel amusing.
Be informing, then. Tell me the story of your life.
I'd rather hold your hand. You don't mind?
You do it so beautifully that I rather like it.
Fran, Do me a favor.
What?
Don't go trekking over to the continent. You belong here, Fran. I need you here.
You don't mean that. And I don't want you to mean it.
Fran, darling.
Clyde, please, please.
There. Does that show you that I mean it?
That was a very silly thing to do, Clyde.
Fran.
And I didn't like it. I think you'd better go.
You're trying to make me feel that you resented my kissing you.
Did you think I wouldn't resent it?
Sorry, I thought I was doing what was expected of me.
I thought civilized people knew where an innocent flirtation stopped. Will you go, please?
Of course. Fran, you've the most charming and childish misconception of yourself. You think you're a woman of the world. You're nothing of the sort, and I'm afraid you never will be.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello there, Dosworth.
You folks just get in?
Yes.
Now, how was the show?
All right, if you like entertainment that ends badly. Good night.
Good night. You know, he's not so bad. He's fresh, but he's not so bad. My friend, darling, what's the matter? What is it?
I've never been so furious in my life.
What, Lockhart?
Don't mention that rotter's name.
What did he do?
He insulted me.
Yeah, how far did he go?
When I tried to put him in his place, he said things to me. He said things that I can't bear it.
Well, I suppose up to me to go out and shoot him.
Don't joke, Sam.
Well, I would feel rather like a fool. You know, you and I aren't up to this sort of thing. It kind of makes us look like the hicks we are.
Sam.
Well, it does, and it's your own fault for leading him on.
So I'm to blame.
Well, you must have given him some excuse for making a pass. You have been flirting with him, and you've got such a sweet way of bawling me out in front of him that he'd naturally conclude...
I've never said anything to embarrass you. I'm always loyal to you. Oh, you'll be sorry. You'll be sorry.
And I'm tired.
I'm tired, too.
All right, then, we're both tired.
Oh, Sam,
Yeah, what is it now?
we never used to scrap so much at home.
I guess we haven't got enough else to do over here.
Don't say that. It's England. England's such a strain. I want to go over to France tomorrow, Sam.
I don't. I like it here.
I don't.
Now, I'm just beginning to get on to things in London. I've got a date to look at some aeroplane factories
I
here.
don't care if you have.
I know, but France will be so foreign.
I want it to be. I want to start all over. I'm ashamed of this Lockwood business. And I can't stay in this country with that man laughing at me and saying
What,
that
did you kick him out?
Now, you've got to take me away. I don't trust myself. I'm afraid of myself.
Afraid, sweetheart?
Yes, I am. I'm just a woolly American like you, after all. If you ever catch me trying to be anything else, will you beat me?
Well, will I have to beat you very long at a time?
Oh, darling.
The Lux Radio Theater continues with Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland in Dodsworth in just a moment. Before we go on, however, let's look in on a Hollywood tea party. It's a kitchen shower for one of the girls over at RKO who's getting married the end of the week.
Oh, I'm the luckiest bride that ever was to get all these dandy presents.
Oh, this is just the beginning, Grace. Well, here's another. From Emily. And I bet I know what it is.
And I bet I do, too. It's a flower sister. And look, she's written a poem. It's because of your biscuit your husband starts drifting. It's no fault of the flower if it gets a good sifting. Oh, that'd be swell.
Oh, here's something from Dorothy. What do you suppose it is?
That's written a poem, too. Perhaps that will tell. First a tip from me to you. Hands shouldn't show the work they do. So here's my gift. Lux Flakes, my friends. The beauty care that protects my hands. Why, Dot, I always thought you gave your hands some expensive beauty treatment.
Oh, not much. Why should I bother with beauty treatments when I use Lux for dishes?
Well, most people seem to get red, rough-looking hands from dishwashing.
And you won't have to worry about that. With Lux Flakes around the house, you can keep your hands as soft and nice. Why, you can look like you never did a lick of work in your life.
Well, I guess I'll be using your gift every day, Dot. I'm glad you started me off with the big box.
Oh, I always get the large size. It's more economical, really. Come on, read this next one. An ode on what's owed to the butcher.
Mr. DeMille presents the next scene of Dodsworth. We continue with Dodsworth, starring Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland, with Barbara O'Neill, Pedro de Cordova,
and Barbara Kent. 1 month has passed, and the Dodsworths are in Paris. We're in their hotel suite, where they've been entertaining some of their newfound friends. On a balcony high above the city, we find Fran Dodsworth with Arnold Israel, a suavely polished citizen of the world.
And what can I do to make myself a part of your Paris, Mrs. Dodsworth?
Come to dine with us again, Arnold.
Oh, no. You and your husband must come to us now. Tuesday at 8, Quai Voltaire, through the Carousel and straight over the river.
Oh, what a charming address. Where do you call your home, Arnold?
I was born in Krakow. I grew up here. I keep my residence in New York, a flat in London, and a villa at Antibes.
Oh, what an ideal existence.
I believe in freedom and variety.
So do I.
That should cement our friendship. Madame de Penab tells me that you and she are taking a villa on Lake Geneva for the summer.
Well, it hasn't been settled.
Then you will not return to America with your husband in June?
That hasn't been settled either.
I expect to be at Geneva in August. Perhaps I
Oh,
could...
you must come to see us. I mean, if we're there.
Oh, I shall be delighted. Really delighted.
Mrs. Dodsworth? Oh, yes. Mrs. Cartwright?
Everyone seems to be going. I must say good night.
And so must I. It's been a charming evening, Mrs. Dodsworth. I've been happy to celebrate your birthday with you.
Oh, I hadn't realized it was your birthday, Mrs. Dodsworth.
I wish I hadn't. No woman enjoys getting to be 35.
When you're 40, as I am, you'll look back on 35 as a most agreeable age.
I hope I look as young as you do, Mrs. Cartwright, when I'm 40.
You're almost sure to, my dear.
I must get my coat.
My dear, don't.
What?
You're so charming. Be sure you're right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Shall we go in?
Well, then I went in where Napoleon was crowned, and I sat down, and there I was. Napoleon and Sam Dodsworth of Zenith together. It was a big kick, I tell you. Oh, hello, friend.
Mr. Dodsworth has been giving us his impression of Paris.
Oh, yes?
The manufacturer of automobiles comes into contact with Gothic permanence and finds it overpowering.
Right. That's exactly what I like about sightseeing. It shows you how small you are in time as well as space. Of course, Fran says it isn't a thing to do, but I like it. What do you say, Kurt?
Paris? I detest it. For me, it is a motion picture made by lunatics.
Well, I have listened while an American automobile magnate, an Austrian travel agent, and an international banker have explained Paris to me, a Parisian. Eh bien, now I go home. Good night, my dearest friend.
Good night, Madame de Penab. Good night, Court, dear. Thanks for my sweet flowers. Call me up tomorrow. We might dance somewhere for tea.
Entendu. Good night. Good night, Kurt.
Good night,
Good night, Arnold.
Good night. Good night, Madame.
Good night, Mr. Dodsworth.
Oh, are you going too, Mrs. Cartwright?
I must. But I stole a bit of your paper to write my Italian address on. Here it is. Come and see me.
Say, we'd love to.
Please do. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Cartwright.
You like that woman, don't you?
Well, you thought she was the most distinguished-looking woman on the boat.
She seems a frump in Paris. Oh, you know, I'm always glad to entertain any of your friends, Sam, even the not particularly amusing ones. Oh, I think I'll go to bed. Coming?
Yes. Say, Fran,
Yes?
haven't we had about enough of Paris?
My dear Sam, unfasten the shoulder strap, will you, mon vieux?
No, I mean, isn't it about time we began thinking about going home?
Home? No. I want to see lots more of Europe.
Well, so do I, but we could get in a couple of months of the Mediterranean and Germany and still catch a June sailing. And I want to see Venice and Rome and get a stein of real German beer before I'm through.
Still planning your tourist vacation, are you?
Well, I don't see much percentage just sitting here on my rear end. No, I've got some business I want to attend to. I'd like to see Emily. We haven't seen her since the honeymoon. I'd like to be in New Haven for my class reunion.
Sam,
Yeah?
why don't you go home?
What, without you?
Yes. Get yourself a new lease on life, and then come back and join me. Why don't you?
No, I wouldn't want to go home without you, Fran.
Well, I can see you aren't enjoying Paris. I'm only thinking of your pleasure. If you thought of mine, you wouldn't ask me to leave here just when we're getting to know some really nice people.
Well, I don't think they're so nice.
We needn't go into that again.
Well, I don't, and I don't see what you see in them. Now, this Arnold Israel may be all he says he is, internationally and financially, but he certainly is no Barney Baruch.
Sam.
This Mrs. Penable, well, she may be all right, but I hate to think who pays the bill when that young Austrian Kurt takes you out.
Arnold Israel happens to be one of the most distinguished living financiers.
Yeah.
And Renee, and it is Madame de Penable, not Mrs. Penable, is a true woman of the great world here. Kurt may be poor, but he holds one of the oldest titles in Austria, and they all belong to the most amusing and exclusive crowd in Paris.
Fran, do you think the real thing in Paris would hang out with a couple of hicks like us?
Hicks?
All right, now what else are we? I'm just an ordinary American businessman, and I married the daughter of a Zenith brewer who's flying pretty high these days.
I suppose you know what you mean by that.
Well, why won't you sit at a sidewalk cafe with me?
Because smart people don't.
I'm not smart.
I am.
Then you ought to be smart enough not to care what people think.
Now let's have the one about the great motor magnate and all he's done for the automobile industry. You may be the most impressive man in Zenith, but you're not in Zenith now. You're in Paris. And I'm sick and tired of apologizing to my friends.
Have you been apologizing to this crowd for me?
Yes, I have.
Oh? Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Well, we've been making so much noise, someone's complained.
How humiliating.
Yes, isn't it? All right, go ahead. Pipe down, but go ahead. I'm waiting.
You're hopeless. If you had the mistiest notion of civilization here.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't think so much of it, though. Maybe clean hospitals, concrete highways, and no soldiers along the Canadian border come near my idea of civilization. There are 20 million automobiles in America. I've contributed something to every one of them for my own personal civilization. And if that isn't more than knowing how to order dinner as your friend the madam...
Don't call her the madam, either.
All right. Let's not go into that again. I'm going to get out of this town and back to doing something and take you along.
Sam, I'm not going.
Oh, yes, you are.
I think we need a vacation from each other.
Well, I don't feel that way about it.
I've taken a villa with Renee de Penable in Switzerland.
Well, I think you might have told me.
I've got my own money.
Fran.
What?
Fran, my darling, you're not drifting away from me.
I hope not.
And you and I, Fran, after 20 years? All right, I'll give it up. I won't go home.
You've got to go. I can't stand being torn this way any longer. I'm suffocating.
Fran.
I'm sorry for everything mean I've said, but if we're going on together, I've got to be left alone this summer. Now, don't look so hurt, and please don't be angry. Or do be angry if it'll make you feel any happier. But remember that I did make a real home for you, and I'll do it again. But you've got to let me have my fling now, because you're simply rushing at old age, Sam, and I'm not ready for old age yet. What are you looking at?
Shipping news. I just thought I'd see the first boat I could catch.
Look at this. Sam Dodsworth's home.
Sam Dodsworth's home.
Said he had a class reunion.
Sam Dodsworth, and she's not with him.
Why should I say anything I didn't think? You didn't think what would make me think?
Well, maybe I don't care what you think.
Well, you'd better care what I think.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Tubby. Matey's here. We've been waiting for you.
Sam, Tubby.
Was it fun in New Haven? Did you have a good time?
Had a wonderful
terrible.
Oh, what is this, a heat wave or just a hangover?
Sam.
Sam.
I'm going home.
Well, go ahead.
Tubby, sit down.
I'm going home.
Tubby.
Is anything wrong, Dad?
No. Has a cable come for me today?
Not yet.
Why, there should have been a cable from your mother.
I can telephone them.
No, don't bother. The cable had come, they'd have sent it out, wouldn't they?
Don't be cross, Father.
I'm not being cross. I only asked if there'd been a cable. In the old days, I wouldn't have to ask. Been laid out on my table for me. The way things run around this house, I can't find anything of mine.
I know things aren't the same, Father, but please don't be difficult.
Well, can you blame a man for being difficult when his own family makes him feel more homeless in his own home than he did in Paris?
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Well, it's a fact. I'm not being difficult. Where's my mail?
There isn't any.
No mail? My mail should be laid out on this table.
But, Father, if there isn't any mail to lay out...
Your mother always had my mail laid out. No cable, no mail.
Is that the trouble, Sam?
What?
No cable and no mail.
No. Have a cigar, Tubby?
Anything, Sam? Anything?
All right, where are the cigars?
Why, Harry smokes cigarettes. I'll order some.
No, don't bother. It never would have been like this in your mother's day. No mail, no cigars, no cable.
Father, I'm sorry things aren't Father, I'm sorry things aren't the way they used to be. But Harry and I are living here now. And I wish you'd stop speaking of Mother as though she were dead.
I'm not speaking of your mother as though she...
Oh, yes, you are, Sam. You are.
Well, Fran's coming home.
Is she?
Dad.
Yeah, she's coming any time now. I wrote her over a week ago and told her to come back. Just waiting for a cable to tell me the boat.
Oh, dear me, Mr. Dodsworth.
What's the matter with you?
Well, here's a cable for you. It came this afternoon, but
Yeah, let me see it.
Hey, Kevin, maybe we'll get a little peace and quiet around here now, Emily.
What's the matter, Sam?
Isn't Mother coming?
This isn't from your mother. It's nothing.
Go outside, Tubby.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Come on, Tubby.
Yeah. So long for a while, you old horse thief.
Sam, what is it?
She's not coming, matey.
I guessed as much. What does she say?
Want a few more months, Europe. Hope you're having good time home. Not one word about me going over.
No, she's thoughtless.
No, she's not, matey. She's scared.
Scared? Of what?
Of growing old.
Sam, those people she's with, the ones she mentioned in her last letter, do you know them?
Yeah, sure.
Like them?
Oh, they're all right.
Who's Arnold Israel?
Israel? Oh, he's one of those custom-built internationals you see in the Rhoda Graveyard section every Sunday.
Oh. Well, give us a kiss now.
Say, will you lay off those European liberties with my wife?
Oh, come on, Tubby.
Telegraph office, please. Hello? This is Samuel Dodsworth speaking. Take a cable going to Mrs. Dodsworth. Same address as my last. Ready? Sailing Aquitania Wednesday. Meet me, Ritz, Paris. Love. Signed, Sam. Take another. Going to A.B. Hurd Agency, London. Sailing Aquitania Wednesday. Stop. Using utmost discretion, ascertain day-to-day address of Arnold Israel, Paris. Keep me informed, wireless. Signed, Dodsworth. Send them both straight. Yes, repeat them, will you? Well, Fran, this looks natural.
The street was as cool as anything in Paris, so I took it again.
You must be tired from your trip. How long is it from here to Lake Geneva?
Oh, I've come further than that. I've come from Biarritz.
Oh, Biarritz, huh?
Yes. I was alone, of course. What are you looking at, Sam?
Did I remember to write you that I adore you?
Why, no. I don't believe you did. Do you? Why do you keep looking at your watch?
I'm expecting a caller.
This time of night?
At
Who?
Cherbourg, I sent a man a telegram to meet me here. He's late. I'll give him 10 minutes more.
You're very mysterious. I've never seen you like this before.
No? I've never seen you like this either, Fran.
Well, if we've got to stay here in this stifling room, how is Emily?
Very happy. She's going to have, Now, wait a minute, I'll answer.
I'll wait in the bedroom.
No, I'd rather you stayed. Sit steady. Sit down, darling. Come in.
Arnold.
Good evening.
Fran, I tried to reach you on the telephone to let you know I was coming.
You came from Biarritz, too, didn't you? I wanted to see you two face to face. Now, I know the whole story.
I never heard anything so outrageous in my life. Suppose Arnold was in Switzerland. What if he was in Biarritz? Do you know how insulting you are?
You don't know how insulting I'm going to be if you don't quit this play acting.
Play acting.
Now, I know where you've been, and I know who you've been with. What I want to know is, are you coming home with me as my wife or staying here in Europe?
Sam.
You wouldn't put matters so bluntly if you understood that.
Now, I understand. I'm sure that you and Kurt and Madame de Penable have given her things she wanted and never got from me. But I'm interested in what I need and want. And that happens to be peace of mind.
But if you bring yourself to see matters reasonably...
I've crossed the Atlantic Ocean to be reasonable. Fran, I've loved you and been married to you for 20 years. I'd like to hang on to you if I can. You want to marry each other? Well?
My dear madam.
No, we don't.
You want to divorce me, then?
I can tell you she does not.
Is that true, Fran?
Why should I want to divorce you? You're my husband, aren't you?
Couldn't very well divorce me if I weren't.
Oh, you can laugh.
Yes, I can do worse than that.
This much having been cleared up, what have you to suggest?
But Fran and I try and forget what's happened. Start out on a long hike tomorrow, the Tyrol, Italy, any place. And sail back home in October.
Oh, no, Sam. No, not just yet.
And you'll have to divorce me or I'll divorce you.
Sam.
I told you where I stand.
You're trying to take my youth away from me and tie me down to being an old man's wife.
You've got your choice.
You're trying to take my happiness away from me, the only romantic happiness I've ever known.
Fran, please, that was unnecessary.
Listen, I didn't call you in here to defend me.
It's too ridiculous.
It is ridiculous,
Certainly it's ridiculous. I knew we'd all end by looking like fools.
I'll go now, if you'll excuse me.
Sure, I'll excuse you.
I hope you achieve your peace of mind. Good night.
Good night. Now, Fran, I'm going to see this thing through if it can be done. I'm ready to wipe the slate clean if you are.
When do we start? Where do we go?
Anywhere you like, till we go back home in October.
Zenith in October.
Oh, you'll be wanting to go home. Emily's having a baby in October.
Emily? A baby? She didn't tell me.
No, she left that to me.
How is she? Is she well?
Oh, yeah, she's fine.
I must send her a cable. Think of Emily having a
So you
baby.
see, we've got to behave ourselves because we'll be a couple of old grandparents in October.
Grandparents.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Godsworth with Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland is resumed shortly. Tonight's glimpse of backstage Hollywood focuses on costumes. At 20th Century Fox Studios, they're making a film called Alibaba Goes to Town. In it, Eddie Cantor, the star, wears a red turban. Before that turban was made, more than 50 shades of red silk were photographed. Yet when you see the picture, you won't be able to tell if the turban is red, green, or blue. You may wonder why the studio went to all this bother, and why the clothes bill on $1 million production will often exceed $100,000. Answering your questions is the only man connected with a major studio who not only supervises the making of costumes, but is responsible also for creating the styles from which they're fashioned. At present, he's working on 14 major productions. The head stylist and wardrobe manager of 20th Century Fox, Arthur M. Levy.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. We went to all that trouble on Eddie Cantor's turban because if we didn't get the right color, you would see on the screen an ugly shade of gray. That's how revealing a modern picture camera is. Our costumes must pass screen tests before they are used in a picture. Only after they've been tested on the star and shown in the projection room are we satisfied that fit and color combinations are correct.
I recently found a man who does nothing but wrap turbans for the movies. He's Bhagwan Singh, a Hindu, who makes a good living wrapping turbans according to the social or religious position of the wearer.
Yes, Bhagwan saved the wardrobe department time and embarrassment on such pictures as Wee Willie Winkie and Lives of a Bengal Lancer. Other time savers are the dummies in our fitting rooms that are made to the exact proportions of individual players. The dimensions are changed from time to time as the star loses or gains in weight, and the first fittings are made on them. But our biggest worry is keeping abreast of production, avoiding delays that might hold up the actual shooting of a picture. One of our ways of overcoming this is to have a staff of cleaners and laundry people working every night. getting today's wardrobe in shape for its use again tomorrow. Because of the terrific speed at which we work, we've become one of Lux's biggest customers in Hollywood. Lux Flakes clean not only well, but fast. We can depend on them to have things ready and up to our exacting requirements in a minimum of time. And Lux is perfectly safe for even the finest washable materials. We must use the best materials not only for appearance's sake, but because of the months of hard use they get during production.
We've provided against emergencies in the Buccaneer by having duplicates made of every important costume, in case they should be torn or damaged.
We do that, too. Our film in Old Chicago has a scene in which Tyrant Power runs through the city streets during the historic fire. He falls down, rips his clothing, is splashed with mud and drenched in water. This scene was shot 4 times, and each time Tyrant had to start off fresh and untorn. We were prepared by having 6 duplicates of his entire wardrobe ready. The research work on that picture was very interesting. For example, the question arose as to what kind of a shield was worn by a Chicago policeman in 1854. Going to Chicago and checking the city files, we found the shield was made of copper. We also found out that it was from those copper shields that the slang term cop originated.
Before you leave, tell us what we'll all be wearing next season.
Well, since most of the style news we hear is all about women's clothes, here's a little advanced news for the men. Probably as a result of the Duke of Windsor's visit to the Austrian mountains, the Tyrol influence is a smart note on the screen and on the street. Suits and overcoats will be rough and homespun. You'll see plenty of color. There'll be reverse calf shoes, heavily stitched and with square toes. Felt hats will have heavy cords and large feathers. And gloves, sweaters, socks, and scarves will feature the Tyrolean hand-knitted peasant pattern. But don't worry, gentlemen. Your wives will probably pick out your clothes anyway.
Good night, Mr. Good night. Once again, Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland in the Sinclair Lewis drama, Dodsworth. October, and Fran Dodsworth and Sam are still in Europe. It's early evening as we find them standing at the window of their hotel room in Berlin, gazing into the faintly luminous darkness. Fran breaks a long silence.
I love Berlin. Don't you, Sammy?
I love you, Fran.
Oh, Sam, darling. Will you let me thank you for all the lovely places you've taken me? I'm so heedless and silly that I don't speak of it as often as I should. But I'm terribly grateful inside of me, Sam, darling.
Have I won you back for my wife, Fran?
Yes, Sam. By not being a Tartar husband. By letting me have fun with that nice little court and not thinking I'm a hussy. By helping me to forget Arnold Israel. Sam, haven't you anything to say to me?
Well, what is there to say?
Well, after I've just opened my heart to you, it's a little embarrassing for you to stand there and say nothing. It makes me feel self-conscious.
Self-conscious. I guess that's my trouble, Fran. I've lost my bearings. I don't know where we're heading. Oh, I think I'll call up Emily and hear how the baby got through his first day.
But there isn't time. Kurt's coming to take us out to dinner, and you're not even dressed.
Kurt can wait.
It isn't polite. And, Sam, I know how thrilled you are over Emily's baby, but you mustn't tell Kurt.
Why not?
Because he thinks of me as young, and I am.
Fran. Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Kurt.
Well, is that wife of yours ready for us, Sam? I take you to a new restaurant for dinner. A very gay restaurant where only the smartest Berliners know to go. And dance after?
You can make Sam get dressed.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't feel like getting dressed. No, I guess I'll let you two go along without me.
Oh, no, Sam, you must come with us.
What fun do you think it is for me to sit up all night watching you two dance?
Oh, do not speak so crossly, Sam. You should be happy to see Fern happy.
Oh, I didn't mean to snap. Oh, I just got some rather important news from home.
News?
Sam.
Yeah, oh, nothing that would interest you, Kurt. I'd like to sit by myself and think it over.
Perhaps Sam does want to be left alone tonight. But I want to go out. I want to.
All right, go ahead, Kurt. You and Fran run along. I'll be all right.
Come in, Kurt. I can't go to bed tonight. I've been having too much fun.
I do not like coming in here so late. I do not think Sam would like it.
Sam's dead to the world. Don't talk loud, that's all.
But, Fran, dear...
Please, Kurt. Let poor little Fran have her fun while she can. There isn't much time left.
Darling, Fran.
Kurt.
You know I love you, Fran. You know that. Have you not been happy with me here in Berlin?
Oh, yes, I've been terribly happy. I've loved it, Kurt. You know I have.
I think you could love me, Fran. I think you could.
But there's no good talking about that. There's nothing we can do about it, is there?
No. You are married to Sam. I can't ask you to be my wife.
Kurt. You want to marry me?
Does that surprise you? Oh, Fran, why are you not free?
If I were free, Kurt?
Oh, my darling.
Don't. Please don't.
Forgive me.
I'm not angry. Oh, my dear.
Will you not say a more kind word, Fran?
Some other time.
Will you let me kiss you good night?
Oh, Kurt. Good night, Kurt.
Good night, Fran.
If I were free. Sam.
Oh, hello, Fran. I didn't know you'd come in.
I didn't know you were awake. I'm sorry
Pretty
if
late. Not that I mind.
No? Well?
Wait, Fran. I've been looking at the sailings. How about it, Fran? Let's get out of this.
Sam, please. Why are you always so anxious to go home? I'm sick of it.
I'm taking no more chances on another Arnold Israel. Now, I know this friendship for Kurt is harmless enough, but you might get fascinated.
You think I might? You really think I might? Well, I love Kurt, and he loves me, and I'm going to marry him. I've decided it only just now, this minute, since I found that you were listening at the door. The great Dodsworth, great prowling elephant.
Fran.
I'm sorry Kurt didn't stay to punch your head for spying
I
in on
wasn't
us.
spying. I didn't
You've
hear
never known anything about me. Not what I had on, nor what I thought, nor the sacrifices I
Look
made.
out now.
I'll be happy with Kurt. I'm fighting for life. You can't drag me back.
Fran! All right. Can you get your divorce here?
What?
Your divorce?
Oh. Yes, I think so.
We should wait a few months.
Why?
Well, I'd like you to feel absolutely sure about Kurt.
It's my funeral now, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so. I'll have to get used to that idea. I guess I can.
American Express office, Naples branch. Yes, senor. I will attend to it.
Hello? Any mail for Dodsworth?
Oh, hello. No, not a thing today, Mr. Dodsworth.
Well, I guess I'll have to wait a few days. Maybe I'll get a pleasant surprise. What have you got in the line of excursions today?
Well, we have a tourist party just starting for Herculaneum and Pompeii.
No, I've been there.
Oh, I see. Well, there's a drive around Amalfi and Sorrento.
Been there, too.
Would you like Paestum, sir?
What's Paestum?
Greek temple, sir, in excellent preservation.
Well, that's more than I am. All right, I'll take a chance. Get me a car.
How many in the party, sir?
One.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dodsworth,
Hmm?
do you remember me?
Mrs. Courtright. Well, isn't this great?
Sit down if you've got a moment.
Well, time is something I've got nothing else but.
And how is Mrs. Dodsworth?
She's fine, thanks. I haven't got her along with me this trip.
Oh, she doesn't like traveling?
Does anybody?
Well, I don't know. I suspect that most people travel to get away from themselves.
Well, I've been at it 2 months now. I'm glad to hear why.
Alone?
No, I'm getting used to it now.
Well, I don't want to intrude or be impertinent, but... Well, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess it's a pretty ordinary story. My wife's younger than I am and livelier. I happen to be undressing in public like this. I never did that before.
Will you keep on traveling now?
Yes, I've got to stay over and be on hand for the divorce.
Where?
Berlin.
I see. Could you let yourself enjoy life for a while?
Show me how.
I wonder if you could.
Well, none of this that's happened to me was my idea.
Well, then, why don't you break away from your hotels? Forget about Berlin and move out to me.
Out to you?
It's out where I live at Posilippo.
Oh, it may be straining our slight acquaintance, and I can't make you as comfortable as your hotel does. When you want a bath, you'll have to choose between the tin tub and the Mediterranean. But if you like swimming and fishing and a willing listener...
Yeah, that's awfully kind of you, Mrs. Courtright, and mighty friendly, but well, I don't see how I could.
Why not?
Well, what did your neighbors say?
They'd say any number of things.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean they'd be right. They won't be. Oh, come along. We can bolster each other up. And I'm certain you need a little peace of mind.
Sì. This is la Villa Cottawriter. Cosa dice? Forte. Non ti comprendo, addio.
Who was that, Teresa?
Oh, someone she called. I not be here, so goodbye.
Hello there.
Hello, Sam. You been out fishing with Pietro again?
Yeah, I'm going to try out this new fishing tackle later. I want to show him a few Florida tricks I know.
Listen. There's one of those horrible putt-putt motors.
Yeah, Pietro and I put it in the boat this morning.
What? In that beautiful little sailboat?
Sure, Pietro's crazy about it. And you just watch that boat beat the rest of the fishing ground.
Sam, you're hopeless.
Don't be hard on me, Edith. Setting up that motor's the first real fun I've had since I quit business, and it's got me raring to go all over again for the first time.
To go? You mean away from here?
Any place where I can get back in harness. Think I'll try aviation this time. The idea of a Moscow to Seattle airline kind of strikes me.
Moscow to Seattle?
Yeah, might be the first man with his own round-the-world system. Say, I know what we'll do. We'll make a little preliminary survey. Where's that map? I'll buy my own plane, and the day after the divorce comes in, we'll both go on a trip.
We, Sam? Are you going to take me with you?
Look, Siberia. Branch line from Irkutsk to Tashkent or Samarkand. Tough going for you, though, on one little suitcase.
Sam, I'll go through life with you on one suitcase if you'll give me the chance.
Edith, I've spent one short month with you in this house, and I can't imagine ever living without you again.
Couldn't live without you, Sam.
Signor Dodsworth. Bellino.
All right, give in. Hello? Hello? Yes, Fran, yes, this is Sam. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, when are you sailing? Well, I guess I'll have to. No, that's all right. Very well, get the tickets. Goodbye. Well, Kurt has chucked her over. She's dropping the divorce. Going home on the Ultima day after tomorrow. I've got to go with her.
I won't let you.
Well, what else can I do?
I won't see you killed by her selfishness. I love you and she doesn't. You're content with me. You're miserable with her.
I know, Edith, I know.
You were a young man a minute ago. You've shriveled at the sound of her voice.
Everything's starting up all over again.
I've seen you shrivel the same way. Every letter you've got from her.
I can't think.
You're all wrong to go back.
She needs me.
So do I. Oh, but that isn't all. Think of the Moscow and Seattle line.
I know, Edith. I know every bit of it. You've just got to be patient with me.
What is this hold she's got over you?
I've got to take care of her. Man's habits get pretty strong in 20 years. I'll go pack now.
I'll send Teresa to help you. Oh, Sam.
Edith, it's giving you up that's the hell of it.
5 minutes.
Stewart, bring me a brandy and soda.
Yes, sir. Minutes before sailing.
You might have asked me if I want anything, Sam.
Do you, friend?
No. But if I've got to sit here in this icebox they call a bar, we've got to shut that door.
Very well.
It's a cold morning, and I'm not dressed for draughts. I didn't expect to have to sit practically out of doors in the middle of winter.
All right, go on. You were saying, friend.
What? Oh, yes. You were so right about Kurt, Sammy dear. I can't think how you guessed it, because you aren't usually so awfully good at judging character. His family may be as old as the Colosseum, but when I saw his mother, my dear, what a front.
Don't.
What's the matter with you?
Don't ride Kurt and his mother that way, that's all.
I'm sorry. I'll be good. Oh, I should have expected you to defend them.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I know how you always let bygones be bygones. It's such a wonderfully happy ending to all our wild little escapades, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it?
Sam, will you look at that hat that woman has on, and will you regard her shoes? Oh, but wait until you see some of the clothes I've got. I'll show Zenith something. Maybe it will wake up a little. You seem rather distrait, Sam.
Yeah, do I? Well, maybe I don't like your riding Zenith that way either.
I don't seem to be able to strike a congenial note. I do think you might meet me halfway. As I look back, though, I don't blame myself. I can't, really. You were a good deal at fault, too. There are sins of omission, Sammy dear.
Stewart. Yes, sir? Take this check. Go to Suite 7 on B deck, get the suitcase with this number on it, and bring it here.
Yes, sir. What's the idea, Sam?
I'm not sailing with you.
You're not sailing?
No, I'm not. No,
Sam.
you're trying to put it tactfully.
Sam.
We just can't make a go of things any longer.
You haven't learned a thing, not a single thing out of all our sorrows. And I've been flattering myself that you really wanted to come back to me.
I tried, didn't I? But I'm through, finished, and that's flat.
What's going to become of me?
I don't know. You'll have to stop getting younger someday. Sorry, goodbye.
Are you going back to that washed-out expatriate in Naples?
Yes, and when I get my divorce, I'm going to marry her, and she and I are going on doing things.
Do you think you'll ever get me out of your blood?
I don't know. Maybe not, but love has got to stop someplace short of suicide.
Sam! Sam, come back here! Come back, Sam!
Edith! Edith, where are you? Edith, I'm here. It's me, Sam. It's Sam.
Sam, you're back.
Yes, you bet I'm back.
Oh, Sam, what happened?
Nothing. Everything.
Did you miss the boat?
Yes, and I'm going on missing it. I'm going to spend the rest of my life just missing boats.
Oh, darling, you're going to stay. You're here to stay.
Say, you just try and get rid of me.
So ends the last chapter of Dodsworth. I know you want to hear from Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland, and they'll take their curtain call in a moment. First, a word from Melville Ruick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our stars, may I leave this thought with the ladies. These days, you're probably getting some new clothes for fall and winter, and some new stockings in subtle shades to blend with the new colors. Naturally, you want those stockings to look just as nice each time you wear them as they do right now. That is where Lux comes in. Lux Flakes are especially made to protect your stockings. They save the elasticity, you know, cut down on runs. So why not ensure the subtle flattery of those new stockings with Lux? Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
For 8 years, Walter Houston and Nan Sunderland have always appeared together. So tonight's performance had an added distinction, in that it was their last co-starring vehicle, at least for a while.
That's true, C.B. But in case Walter Winchell is listening in, let me add that everything is all right.
In fact, everything was never better. Here's what's happening. First, Walter has a picture to do at MGM. Benefits Forgot. The story of the time of Abraham Lincoln.
Are you playing Lincoln again, Walter?
No, I guess I'm one of those very few actors having once played Lincoln were able to get away from the role. This time I'm a circuit rider, a preacher. While I'm making the picture, Nan goes to New York for her play.
Which is also historical. It is Sidney Harmon's production of Robin Landing and goes all the way back to 1785.
Well, Nan, good luck. Around Christmas time, I expect to open on Broadway in Mr. Tutt. You know Mr. Tutt, C.B.? He's that long-haired lawyer and fisherman that Arthur Train writes about. You see, I'm getting in training already. How do you like the hair?
Well, I was about to suggest that a nice permanent wouldn't hurt at all.
So have a lot of people. Even our brand-new dachshund, Fraulein, barks at me now. But it's strictly for art's sake.
Long hair or short, come back to us again, Walter, as soon as your play's through. And you, Nan, just remember that the latch string will be out and the footlights will be on for you in the Lux Radio Theater always.
Thank you very much, C.B. Whether we're with you as performers or listeners, there are few things that give us more genuine pleasure than this program.
Yeah, and we really mean that.
Yes.
Now, good luck to you all, and good night.
Good night, Walter. Good night, Nan. Each Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents the human scene in one of its more dramatic phases. And while rash promises are best avoided, I believe we can safely say that our production next Monday night will bring you one of your most enjoyable hours. Our play, The Unforgettable Stella Dallas, which Samuel Goldwyn has so recently presented to America. And what is especially good news, we'll have the same magnificent stars as the picture: Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. In tonight's cast were Holland Briggs as Tubby, Martha Wentworth as Madame de Penab, Hugh Huntley.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. A gang of criminals masquerading as legitimate auto dealers start to work in your city. Innocent people are cheated out of thousands of dollars. The thieves are clever. They work a foolproof formula. Your job? Stop them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, February 19th. It was chilly in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Nelson. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 10:25 a.m. when we got to the corner of 38th Street and Maxbury Avenue. The Greenleaf Day Nursery School.
Mrs. Palmer, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Just a minute. I've got it written down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, ma'am. What is the
Palmer? Policeman, Martin Romero, Friday.
Oh, yes, Tom. Going to get all about it. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am. We've been handling similar complaints the last month or so. We'd like to have you tell us everything that happened in your case, if you would, please.
One of the most underhanded things I've ever heard of, Sergeant. It would have been the same thing if he'd held me up with a gun, just out-and-out robbery.
Well, could you give us some of the details, ma'am? How you were first approached on the deal?
Excuse me a minute, please.
Children, time to go inside now. We're going to color pictures with the crayons this morning. Mrs. Johnson has them all ready for you inside. Bruce, Michael, Sandra, go along now. Inside, everyone.
Certainly wish the warm weather'd hurry up and come. Children always raise such an uproar when we have to keep them indoors. Worst part of running a day nursery, the winter months.
Yes, ma'am, I suppose so.
Now, about your automobile, Miss Palmer, we understand you had it up for sale. You advertised in one of the local newspapers, is that right?
Yes, that's right. I ran one of those 3-day want ads over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I thought I'd get more for my car if I sold it myself. I mean, instead of selling it to a used car lot.
Yes, ma'am. How many answers did you get on your want ad?
Well, just the one way it turned out. This man came out and looked at my car first thing in the morning. He offered to pay me exactly what I was asking for it, so I sold it to him. That's just the way it went.
Who was this man, Mrs. Palmer? Was he representing some auto company?
Yes, he said he was anyway. He gave his name as Joseph Newhall. I've got his card inside. He said he was a buyer for Dan Barton's used car lot on South Cap Street. Nicely dressed man. He made it all seem so honest.
How was the deal arranged? Could you tell us? Transfer the car, payment, and so forth?
Well, he gave me a check for $50, sort of a down payment to hold the car for him. It was a certified company check.
I see.
He told me he'd be back that afternoon with a certified check for the full amount of the car, $800.
Did he take your car with him then?
No, he didn't. That's why I had no reason to be suspicious. He left me the check for $50 and said he'd be there with the money. Said in the meantime, one of the employees from the used car lot might be along to pick up the car to save me the trouble of driving it downtown myself.
Mm-hmm. Same M.O., Joe, all the way.
Yeah, looks like it. Well, how did it go after that, Miss Palmer?
This worker from the used car lot came to the house to pick up the car about 1 o'clock that afternoon. Gave me a check for the full amount of the car, and I gave him the pink slip. Had a pair of white coveralls on, lettering on the back of them, Dan Barton's used cars. Looked like a typical mechanic or something. I wasn't the least bit suspicious.
Mm-hmm. How about the buyer, this Joseph Newhall? Did he show up later in the day?
No, he never came back. I've never seen him since. Haven't seen my car either. I called that Dan Barton's used car lot the next morning, and they told me they never heard of Joseph Newhall. Just made me sick, officer. I can't afford to lose the money I had in that car.
Yes, ma'am, we understand. Same things happen to a dozen people like you around the city.
Do you remember what this man Newhall looked like, Miss Palmer? His physical description, maybe the clothes he was wearing?
Yes, I've got it all written down, Sergeant, in my diary. Would you like to step inside, please? I've got my little office at the back of the school here.
All right, thank you very much.
I always make a record of everything in my diary. I've kept one ever since I was a girl in college, every day.
I suppose you've got all the information on your car, the make, license number, things like that?
Oh, yes, indeed. I got everything together I thought might help you. Right up these stairs, please.
Thank you. Go ahead. How about the description of the man in overalls, the one who came to pick up your car? Would you remember him, ma'am?
Yes, I've got that for you, too. Everything I thought would help. Just have a seat there, officers. I've got the things in my desk here.
Thank you, Miss Palmer. Thank you.
I wouldn't mind the whole thing so much, but as I say, I can't afford to lose the cash I had tied up in my car.
That seems to be the way the thieves operate, ma'am. They've been cheating the people who can least afford it.
Terrible thing, just out-and-out robbery. There you are, Sergeant.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, ma'am.
There's the description of my car, license number, all the rest.
Yes, I see.
And here's the description of the two men. That Joseph all the coveralls who picked up my car.
Have you got that deposit check Newhall gave you, Miss Palmer, the check for $50?
Right here, Sergeant. I saw that company about it, Dan Barton's used car lot. It's a forgery. Not worth the paper it's printed on.
Mm-hmm. Have a look, Joe.
Yeah, thanks.
Same as the others.
One thing I don't understand, how those crooks get these checks to begin with. Did they steal them?
No, ma'am. We figured they had them printed up. We're still trying to find out where.
Well, you know what the men look like. You'll be able to find them now, won't you?
Only wish it worked that way, ma'am. We've had good descriptions on both men for a month now. Hasn't helped too much.
I don't understand it at all. As I say, they're only common crooks. They can't be that smart, can they?
Well, there's only one way we can judge. We've been hunting every day for a month now.
Yes?
There's still... In the space of 33 days, the auto theft gang had victimized a dozen private citizens throughout the city. In each instance, the approach and the method of operation had been the same. The front man for the gang would personally answer a want ad inserted in a local newspaper by a private citizen advertising the sale of his automobile. The front man would represent himself falsely as a buyer for Dan Barton's used car lot, a well-known and legitimate used car dealer. He'd offer to pay exactly the sale price which the private party was asking. As a deposit, the so-called buyer would leave a counterfeit company check for $50 or $100 with a promise that he would return later in the day with a certified check for the full amount. After a few hours, another man, posing as an employee of Dan Barton's used, would call for the car and drive it away. Neither the car nor the so-called buyer were ever seen again. All efforts to trace them went for nothing. 11:40 a.m. Ben and I went back to the office and got out a broadcast and a supplementary APB on Mrs. Palmer's car and also on the phony car buyer who called himself Joseph Newhall. After lunch, we met with Sergeant Grimsby, one of the other four men out of auto theft detail who were working the case with us.
How'd you make out this morning, Army? That lead go anywhere at all?
Wasn't bad as far as it went. We found the place where they had the printing done.
Yeah, where was that?
Small print in the valley. Printed up the phony checks with that heading on it. Dan Barton's used car lot. Got out some business cards for him, too.
What was the name? Did you find out?
Yeah, same one, Joseph Newhall. He ordered the checks and the business cards. Printer described him for us, same guy.
Where's it go from there?
No place. The printer told us Newhall had a car. He couldn't give us a license number. Couldn't even remember the make or the body style. Thought it was a late model car, that's about all.
No, that's not much help.
No address on him either. It was a will call order paid for in cash.
This is if Newhall comes back, is it?
Yeah, it's covered. I don't figure there's much chance Newhall's going to do that. He ordered enough checks printed up the first time last him a year.
Well, I guess that's one lead we can forget.
How about that special run the stats office made for us yesterday? Anything come out of that?
No, nothing. All the possibles on the list were checked out, all of them clear. Nothing from Barton's used car lot either. Everybody on their staff's been checked out, all their ex-employees, too. No sign any one of them might have had a hand in it.
Yeah. Oh, either of you seen the captain since this morning?
No, why?
Well, that idea we were talking over at the last meeting, he figures we'll go ahead with it this weekend.
How's he figure on working, you know? I mean, personal contact?
Yeah, that's right. Most of the private parties who want to sell their cars themselves use that want ad deal over the weekend. They get a special ready Saturday and Sunday.
I know.
Thursday night's the deadline for having the ads in if they're going to run the full weekend. And that's when we start working on it.
We get in touch with every private party who's filed a want ad for the weekend advertising the sale of their car, huh?
Yeah, we'll contact them by phone, every one of them. We advise them that if anybody representing themselves as a buyer for Dan Barton's used car lot answers their want ad, they're to get in touch with us right away. If they can't stall the man long enough, we tell them to accept the all information on the man the car is driving.
It ought to work out. If we can get any kind of cooperation, it's going to be a big job. We'll have to cover all the want ads and all the papers.
We've got a good description of that phony buyer, Joseph Newhall. If they planted a want ad in one of the papers, maybe he's the one of the gang who brought the ad in. It's possible one of the ad takers might remember him. Might be worth checking anyway.
Well, could be. They might have phoned in the ad, too. That wouldn't help much.
As well, it's not foolproof, but it's a different approach. It's a plan, anyway. We've tried everything else we can think of to reach the thieves.
I get it. Auto theft, Friday time. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. When was that? Thank you. Yeah, mm-hmm. Yes, as soon as we can. Thank you, sir. Well, maybe we won't have to wait for the weekend.
What do you mean?
A man out in Echo Park. He runs a candy store out there. He advertised his car for sale in this morning's paper. Said the first one to answer it was a buyer from Dan Barton's used car lot. Gave his name as Joseph Newhall. Looks like the same M.O.
Mm-hmm. They make a deal?
Well, the candy store owner wouldn't go for the deposit check. He wanted the full amount. Said the deal didn't sound right to him.
How does it stand now?
Well, Newhall said he'd come back with a check for the full sale price.
When?
8 o'clock tonight. 2:20 p.m. We drove out and questioned the candy store owner further. His description of Newhall tallied with the others, but again, the potential victim had failed to get any kind of a description of the car Newhall was driving or the license number. Ben and I staked out at the house. 8 p.m. came and went. The suspect failed to show. By midnight, there was still no sign of him. Well, the way it shaped up, Newhall apparently had a policy of making a deal at first contact or forgetting about it. He probably figured that if a person was at all suspicious, the interval would give him time to check, and Newhall wasn't giving away any odds. All day Wednesday, the stakeout went on. No sign of the suspect. On Thursday night, the local newspapers gave us lists of names and phone numbers of all private parties who had ordered want ads for the coming weekend to advertise the sale of an automobile. We divided up the names, and 6 of us took turns on the phones and started calling each party. We warned them about the car theft ring and advised them of what steps to take in the event Joseph Newhall or one of the other gang members approached them with a proposition to buy their car. One of the private parties we contacted was a Mr. Roy Harmon. Ben got on one and read in the thing we'd prepared. Sergeant Ormsby used the other extension and called another party running an ad.
Sergeant Ormsby, Los Angeles Police Department Auto.
How's that, sir? Yes, and one of the gang usually goes under the name of Joseph Newhall. Contacted it all. That. Right, thank you, sir.
What was that all about?
A man by the name of Harmon runs a cocktail lounge out on South Cole. He took in a check over the bar last night, company check from Dan Barton's used car lot. Says it was signed Joseph Newhall.
Well, he ought to remember who passed it.
He does. I got it right here. A man by the name of Frank Curtis. He's a regular customer at the bar. Harmon says his Curtis came in the place last night with a man in a dark suit, and the man seemed to be a friend of Curtis's.
Yeah.
Well, I asked him what the friend looked like, and he described him. It was Newhall.
Mm-hmm. What about that check business?
Harmon says he was tending bar at the time. Told me this Frank Curtis and Newhall had quite a few drinks together, and they ran out of money. Newhall wanted to cash a check, but Harmon said no, he didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this Frank Curtis is a regular customer at the bar, and he offered to endorse the check for Newhall. So Harmon said okay, and he cashed it.
Well, how well does Harmon know this customer of his, this Curtis?
Pretty well. Lives across the street from him.
We checked Frank Curtis through R&I, but he had no previous criminal record. We left the rest of the list for the other men, and Ben and I drove out and talked to Roy Harmon, the owner of the cocktail lounge where the suspect Joseph Newhall had cashed a check with the help of his friend, Frank Curtis. Harmon told the same story he'd given Ben over the phone. Curtis was a long-time neighbor of his and a steady customer at his cocktail lounge. As for Newhall, he'd never set eyes on him until the night before. Harmon gave us the home address of Frank Curtis, and we checked it out. Mrs. Curtis answered the door and told us that her husband Frank was working the newly inaugurated night shift at an aircraft plant in the south end of the city. Ben and I drove down to the plant, and after checking with the personnel office, we finally located Curtis at his work. He was an assistant foreman in one of the aircraft assembly shops.
The truth, Sergeant Romero. The last time I saw Newhall before the years ago. We used to work at a work plant together. What's the matter anyways? You done something?
We understand you endorsed a check of Newhall for $50. You know him that well? I mean, if you'd endorsed checks for him?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have. Wife's always telling me I ought to be more careful who I'm signing checks for. Well, what happened anyway? Wasn't the check any good?
Do you have any idea where we could find this friend of yours, this Newhall?
Well, I don't know. During the war, he and his wife lived in this housing project off North Main. I know they moved from that place, though.
Yeah.
Well, matter of fact, old Joe didn't tell me where he was living. I gave him my address, told him to drop over for a beer sometime. Don't remember getting his address, though. Couldn't tell me what this is about, huh?
Just a routine check. We'd like to locate Newhall, that's all. Got a few questions we'd like to ask him.
Excuse me, we better watch it here, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Man coming through with that jig there. Okay, fellas, straight on through, all clear. Vertical fin assembly, down to 3. We're getting busy again, all right. Seems like the old swing shift days all over again. War years.
Yeah, you mentioned a minute ago that Newhall is married, Miss Scurry.
Yeah, that's right.
What about his wife? Can you tell us anything at all about her?
Betty? No, I don't think so. Her and Joe seem to get along all right. Got along pretty well, matter of fact. Nice girl, Betty. I never minded her much.
The Newhalls have any children? Do you know that?
No kids. Both of them work, her and Joe.
Uh-huh. Would you know if Newhall's wife is still working?
I don't know. Probably is. But yeah, matter of fact, she is. Joe happened to mention it the other night when we were talking. Just happened to think of it.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I remember I asked about Betty, and he said she was still working. Same old place, same old job, that's all.
Where is this place she works, do you know?
Yeah, City Hall.
We continued questioning Frank Curtis, and he told us that to the best of his knowledge, the suspect's wife, Betty Newhall, had a civil service rating and that she'd worked as a file clerk in the record room of one of the bureaus in the municipal. The next morning, Ben and I got in touch with the civil service officials at the City Hall. They got out a tracer on the wife of the suspect. 11:20 a.m. I got it. Auto theft Friday. Yes, sir. How's that? I didn't hear. When? Yeah, I see. Yes, sir. Right. We'll check with you in about an hour. Bye. I don't know why we always have to do it the hard way.
Why? What was it?
The call back on Newhall's wife. Most of it checks out just the way Curtis told us.
What's the rub?
Betty Newhall quit her job a month ago. Hasn't been around, hasn't been seen since. Civil service can't even contact her.
What's the deal?
She moved. No forwarding address, not a trace of her.
Exit Ball Road off the 57 freeway. Light up the holidays with a new vehicle from Anaheim Auto Center. We'll make your holiday dreams come true at Anaheim Auto Center with our incredible savings and huge discounts. Need some extra money for the holidays? Come to Anaheim Auto Center today and save thousands. We have a great selection of new vehicles and unbeatable service. Light up your holiday season today at Anaheim Auto Center. We want you to be completely satisfied. The holidays are the perfect time to buy a new vehicle. Why go anywhere else? We have it all at one convenient location near the Anaheim Pond. So light up your holiday season with a great new car or truck from Anaheim Auto Center.
Anaheim Auto Center, we're on the floor.
Exit Ball Road off the 57 freeway.
KNX 1070 News Radio.
Saturday, February 23rd. The strongest lead we'd had to the auto theft gang began to fade. Mrs. Betty Newhall, the wife of our principal suspect, wasn't to be found. We checked out all her known friends and relatives, the places she was known to frequent. There wasn't a trace of her. Ben got all the available information on her from the Civil Service office, and we got out a broadcast in the supplementary All Points Bulletin. We found out she had a 10-year-old son, so we checked with the Board of Education to see if the boy was registered in one of the city schools. He wasn't listed. Still no response. We stayed on it. In the meantime, the weekend was wearing past the halfway point. The other two teams of men working the case were standing by, but apparently none of the private parties who were running want ads over the weekend advertising the sale of an automobile had been approached yet by either Joseph Newhall or some other member of the gang. If they did make a contact, it hadn't been reported to us. Saturday night, still no response. 8:50 p.m. Ben and I had some supper at Johnny Coken's place, and then we went back to the office.
Not a bad meal at all, huh?
Pretty fair for a Saturday night. Good soup.
Yeah, there's nothing like that corn chowder Johnny puts out. It's the best.
I sure wish you'd do something about that coffee. It's like taking a shot of adrenaline, isn't it?
It is pretty strong, and... Excuse me. Maybe that's what's giving me this heartburn.
Where's Ormsby? I thought he was covering.
So did I. He was here when I left.
Joe, Ben?
Hi, Army. Thought we lost you.
I'm taking a call from Hollywood Division. Good piece of news.
What's that?
Newhall's wife, they found her.
At approximately 25 minutes past 8 that night, a dark-haired woman in her late 30s had brought a young boy into a pharmacy in the Hollywood area. Apparently, the woman had been drinking, but she was not intoxicated. The young boy with her, whom she identified as her 10-year-old son, was badly cut and bruised about the face and head. The woman insisted that the pharmacist on duty treat the boy and attend to his injuries. After arguing with the woman, the pharmacist called the Hollywood Receiving Hospital. An ambulance was dispatched, and the boy and his mother were there for treatment. At Hollywood Receiving, the woman gave her name as Betty Harrison, and her son's name is George Harrison. But a routine identification check by officers next door at the Hollywood Division Station disclosed her true name as Mrs. Betty Newhall. The desk sergeant ordered her held for interrogation and notified our office immediately. 9:30 p.m. Ben and I arrived at the Hollywood Division.
The boy George, Mrs. Newhall, how did he happen to get beat up like that? It's pretty bad for a little fellow.
I warned Joe about hitting little George. I told him if he did it again, I'd walk out. Well, I did walk out. I don't care what happens to him.
You mean the boy's father did that to him, beat him up like that?
He's not George's father. Second marriage. My name used to be Donnelly. I had 2 kids. One died.
Uh-huh.
When the divorce came through, I got custody of George, and I married Joe Newhall.
You know why we're looking for your husband, Ms. Newhall?
Yeah, I think so.
Why do you think so?
Car business. I knew what he was doing.
Do you have any idea at all where we can find your husband?
I'm not sure. He might be a lot of places. Just can't get over what he did to George. No reason at all. Kid came home and asked if he could go to the show. Husband got up and slapped him. Been drinking quite a bit. He hit the kid with his closed fist, kept hitting. A grown man slugging a 10-year-old kid like that. I don't care about any man where George is concerned. Nobody's going to treat a kid of mine like that.
You said you knew about your husband's dealing in the car business, Mrs. Newhall. How much do you know about it?
I didn't have any part of it, I can tell you that much. It was his idea from the beginning, my husband's. Got the men together to work the racket. He made all the plans. He gave all the orders.
How is it you quit your job at the city hall in such a hurry?
My husband's idea, I guess. He thought if anything happened, he didn't want to be traced that easy. Then he had to go and get drunk that night. Cash the check. He always did stupid things like that.
Mm-hmm. How about the gang your husband has working with him, Ms. Newhall? Can you tell us anything about them?
Yes, I can. 3 fellows working with him I know of. Deadman and Curly Reese and Jack Whitmore.
Uh-huh.
Maybe there's someone else besides them, but I don't know of.
You know where these men live, ma'am? Where we can find them?
I think I do, yeah. I got the addresses at home. By this time, they're probably on there.
You know the places they were supposed to be staying.
Yeah, I got the addresses at home.
How about the cars they got on this deal they were working? What are they doing with them? Do you know that?
I don't know for sure. They were moving them east, I think, selling them back there.
Yes, ma'am.
I just always gifted the deep marriage of Dorothy Hancock to Deeford.
No.
Even they didn't like kids. They didn't want to have a home. Why'd they have to be that way?
Well, I'd like to ask you something, if I could.
Yeah.
Why'd you marry him? 10:43 p.m. We stopped at the Newhall apartment on the way back to the city hall, called the office, and arranged for a stakeout. The wife of the suspect, Betty Newhall, gave us the names and addresses of the people she knew to be working with her husband, Joseph Newhall, in the auto theft gang. She had no information to offer on the cars they might be driving. When we got to the office, we took a complete statement from Mrs. Newhall, and then she was booked in at the main jail on suspicion of grand theft auto. 11:09 p.m. Together with Wilson and Ormsby, we started checking out the addresses of the gang members. Our first 2 stops, we got nothing. On our last 2, we did a little better. We picked up a Jack Whitmore, Curly Reese, and a Carl Stedman, 3 of the names which Mrs. Newhall had mentioned. We took them downtown and booked them in at the main jail. That still left the principal suspect, Joseph Newhall, unaccounted for. At 1:45 a.m. the next morning, we got a tip as to his whereabouts, a small hotel on East 1st Street. We checked it out. The man answering Newhall's description was registered in room 209 on the 2nd floor. We got a pass key from the room clerk on duty and started up the stairs.
$209. Down this way, Joe.
All right. Here's 7. Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can get a rise. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, police officers. All right, hold it there, Mr. Down, Ben.
Yeah.
Hey, what is this? What's this all about?
You generally sleep with your clothes on, Newhall?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. What is this, a shakedown?
He's clean, Joe. I'll check his bag.
Hey, now stay out of those things. You haven't got any right breaking in here like this, going through my property.
Let's relax, Newhall. This won't take long.
2 full pads of them, Joe. Find them in his suitcases. Company checks. Dan Barton's used car lot.
We talked to your friends, mister. We got one side of the story. You want to come downtown and give us yours?
You get nothing from me, not unless you see my lawyer. You can't hold me on any charges.
Grand theft auto, Newhall. We've got the witnesses. We've got the evidence. If you've got something to say, say it. If you haven't, we'll get along downtown.
You haven't got anything on me. You haven't got enough to hold me an hour.
We're going to give it a try. For a full 5 hours, we questioned Newhall, both at the hotel and later downtown in the interrogation room. And after 5 hours of questioning, he finally broke and admitted being the mastermind behind the auto theft racket.
Your true name is Joseph Willard Newhall, is that right?
Yeah, that's it. Now, you can't blame the whole setup on me, though. My wife had a hand in it just as much as I did.
Well, we've already got her statement. You want to give us yours?
And she's just as much to blame as I am. We didn't hurt anybody anyway. It's just a con deal, that's all. We didn't hurt anybody.
How do you figure that?
Well, just a simple con deal. People advertising their cars for sale are trying to cheat out a few bucks for themselves. We just outfigured them, that's all.
You ready to dictate a statement for us?
You know, we outfigured you two. You'd never have reached us if it wasn't for my wife.
We'd reach you.
Not in 30 years you wouldn't. Where'd you go in circles? Just one hitch. My wife and that stupid kid of hers. Just because I slapped him around a little, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that.
Well, you better learn a lesson, mister.
Why?
Next time you fight, don't pick a 10-year-old.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 29th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. A check of his fingerprints revealed that Joseph Newhall's true name was Joseph Orrin Henderson, and that he had a previous record of forgery and burglary in the state of South Carolina. Henderson, alias Newhall, was tried and convicted, along with his associates in the auto theft gang, on 8 counts of grand theft and forgery of a fictitious check. They received sentences as prescribed by law. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1 or more than 10 years. Forgery of a fictitious check is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 1 year or in the state penitentiary for not more than 14 years. The wife, Betty Newhall, was convicted as an accomplice and was sentenced to serve 1 year in the county jail.
Ladies and gentlemen, our security and the peace of the world are in danger while hundreds of millions behind the Iron Curtain are victims of vicious lies about the United States and other free nations. Join the crusade for freedom through your local crusade committee or by writing to General Clay, Empire State Building, New York City. Make a contribution to its work. Help truth fight communism. Join the crusade for freedom.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 103. The owner look out for one James Batson, alias the Bullet. His charge is 35 years, 5 feet 10 inches, 180 pounds, has a broken nose, right ear cauliflowers. This man is suspected of plotting the murder of his own wife. That's all. Roll. This is a big month for calling all cars. As we start our third year on the air, the Rio Grande Oil Company celebrates its 20th birthday and entered on the 21st and biggest year in its history. 20 years ago, this company was refining kerosene for lamps down on the banks of the Rio Grande River. Today, it is recognized as the fastest growing oil company in the West. This is proved by the recently released state figures on taxable gasoline sales, showing Rio Grande sales increased twice that of its nearest competitor. In no other gasoline can motorists enjoy the advantages of the patented Sinclair cracking process. That additional refining method that makes Rio Grande cracks more powerful, more economical, and so much speedier than uncracked gasoline. The superiority of Rio Grande cracked gasoline made by the patented Sinclair cracking process is proved by the enthusiastic endorsement of such particular buyers as the cities of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, San Diego County, and Maricopa County, Arizona. These and many other western cities and counties have honored Rio Grande cracked gasoline by selecting it, and above all others, to power more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. These broadcasts are calling all cars based on the deeds of police officers who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline have induced thousands of motorists to drive into independent service stations for the same cracked gasoline that police cars use. We invite you, too, to enjoy the thrill of police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. You have heard me repeat many times on this program the duty of your policemen to prevent crime before it occurs, as well as to bring the criminals to justice after a crime has been committed. This is not the idle voicing of an unattainable ideal. Our files contain many cases in which the crime has never occurred because of the alert work of the police in preventing it. Your policeman is just as interested in keeping you out of jail as putting you in. He is just as interested in discovering your innocence as he is in determining your guilt. He is, in the final analysis, interested in only one thing, and that is the facts of the case. Tonight, Calling All Cars dramatizes a case in point, where the homicide squad functioned to the fullest in the prevention of a crime. The facts are authentic. The names, for reasons which will be readily apparent, have been changed. But the moral of the story has not been changed. Nothing can change the unalterable, eternal truth, the fact that crime does not pay.
Tonight, Calling All Cars is honored to present as its guest star the famous star of stage and screen, Charles Bickford. Mr. Bickford, making his first public appearance since his near escape from death at the hands of an enraged lion during the filming of East of Java, will be heard on tonight's broadcast in the role of Buckeye Bryan, the man who accepts an invitation to murder. Our story tonight opens at the steakhouse of Bullet Bascom, ex-prize fighter, and Bascom is bidding a couple of diners good night. Miss Watson, enjoy your dinner?
I certainly did. I was just saying to Mr. Watson, there's no place like Bullet Bascom for steak.
Yes, Rachel, I agree. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. No one in this part of the country has better meat than you, Bascom. Hey, thanks a lot. Come again, will you?
You bet we will.
Yeah, let me hold the door open for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bascom.
Good night. Good night.
Mind holding the door open for me?
What the devil? I told you not to come here, Flo.
I know. But I got some news for you, sugar.
But you could have called me.
I'll listen, Bullet. I have to see you. See, it's been so long, almost a whole day now.
All right. Not so loud. Come on over here in this corner booth and stand conspicuous. There. Sit over there.
What's the idea? You ashamed of me?
No, but I don't want Mildred to get wise.
You sound like you're afraid of that dame. She's only your wife.
You be quiet, will you?
Sometimes I get disgusted with you. Bullet Bascom, the former middleweight champion, tied to the apron strings of a dame. Why don't you give me something to respect?
All right, Flo. Don't do me that again unless you're aching for a smack on the kisser.
Ah, Daddy, that's more like it. You would smack me too, wouldn't you?
You bet I would.
Gives me chills up my spine just to think of it.
All right, count 10 on that, too. What's in your mind?
I got it. I got it today.
You got what makes sense?
I got my divorce. I'm free, white, and almost 21.
Yeah, well?
Don't it excite you none? I'm yours, Daddy, all yours. Nobody can take me from you now.
Yeah, that's swell.
Aren't you glad?
Sure, I'm glad.
How about you? When you getting your divorce?
I don't know. I gotta go easy.
What do you mean, go easy?
Well, you know how Mildred is. You can't spring things on it too quick.
Mildred.
You can't spring things on it too quick.
Mildred. I'm sick of that name. Well, you ain't been kidding me all this time, have you?
No, on the level. I just gotta go slow.
What do you mean, go slow?
Well, look.
What do you mean, go slow?
Well, look, Flo. It ain't as easy as you giving your husband a date. Everything I got, my house, the restaurant here, everything come out of that legacy from Mildred's old man. If I just go ahead and dish her like you want me to, I won't have a red cent to my name. I gotta be careful.
Listen, Bullet. I love you, see? I'm your woman, and nobody else has got a right to touch my little finger. The same goes for you. You're my man.
And I'm my man. And I'm gonna have you no matter what.
Yeah, that's swell, but there's still Mildred.
Well, there won't be no good very long.
What do you mean?
Just this. Mildred's gonna commit suicide.
What?
Only you're gonna pull the trigger on the gun.
So you're going nuts.
No, I'm not. How do you suppose I got rid of my first husband, the one before Eddie? The papers called it suicide, so did the coroner, but... Well, you listen to me, Daddy. It's simple. Here's the way you do it.
She's asleep now, Bullet. Now's the time.
Huh? Who's that?
Nobody's here. You're alone, Bullet. Quite alone.
Who are you?
Your thoughts.
You can't escape us.
We are your thoughts. The gun's over there in the desk. Get it over with quick. Do it now, like that motto in your office says. Do it now.
She's been a good wife. She don't deserve this. Even if I don't love her no more, she don't deserve this.
Getting soft, Bullet.
How's the woman waiting for me? Getting soft, Daddy, getting soft.
Remember when you knocked out the Ebony Kid in 3 rounds? You were a tough guy again. What happened to you?
I'm still Bullet, Doctor. The hardest hitting puncher in the ring. I ain't soft. I got nerve.
Then ease it, Bascom, ease it. The gun is in the desk drawer.
Go on, Daddy. I'll be waiting for you at the other end of the line.
It's in the desk drawer, Bascom. You know where. The gun's in the desk drawer.
Yeah, I know. I put it down myself. I know.
Don't touch it.
Huh?
Copy your bare hands. Don't leave fingerprints.
Go handkerchief. I told you to handle it with a handkerchief.
That's right. I forgot. I'm going to hang a wrap on my head then. Just handkerchief.
Break it open. See if it's loaded.
Yeah, it's loaded. 6 slugs in it.
You'll only need 1, Bascom. Just 1 slug, and then you're all set.
Yeah. Window's closed. Worth it.
Worth it? You know I'm worth it.
On, Bascom. 6 steps to the bedroom door. Open it. 3 more steps to the bed. Hold the gun close to her head so the pea powder burns so it'll look like suicide. Come on, Bascom, come on.
Remember the night?
Well, look, going.
Oh, to the head. Now she's waking up. Press the trigger now.
No, I can't.
You're soft, Daddy. You ain't a man.
No, better wake up. Kill her now.
Darling, what are you doing standing there with that gun in your hand?
What?
Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. I was just cleaning it.
Oh, come on to bed and clean it in the morning. Oh, it's not late.
Time? Oh, I don't know. 1:30 or so?
Where have you been so long?
Oh, Jack Sneed and some of the boys got into the place. I sat around.
Jack Sneed, he needs and go. If you haven't got the nerve, get him to do it.
You've got to do it, Daddy. You just got to.
I can't.
Jack Sneed. Fine riffraff to be hanging around with until all hours in the morning. Come on to bed, darling. I'm cold.
Yeah, honey. Just as I put the gun away.
You've got to do it.
I can't.
Jack Sneed, Jack Sneed, Jack Sneed. He'll do the job. Jack Sneed, Jack Sneed, Jack Sneed, Jack
Mr. Bascom, that lady over there wants Melba toast and strange spinach.
Well, we ain't got it. It ain't on the menu.
I know that. I told her so, but she says, what is this, a first-class restaurant or ain't it?
Tell her the closest we can come to strange spinach is a Deluxe hamburger.
Yes, sir.
And wait a minute. Take care of this customer.
Yes, sir. Can I show you a table, sir?
No, I'm looking for it. Oh, hello, Bruce.
Hello, Sneed.
The boy said he was looking for me.
Yeah. Let's sit down in this booth here.
Sure.
You had lunch, Jack?
No, as a matter of fact, I ain't.
How'd you like a nice New York cut steak?
Can't think of nothing better.
That's fine. Stella,
Yes, sir.
New York cut for Mr. Sneed. On a plank. How you like it, Jack? Medium well or what?
Rare. Rare with the blood oozing out of it.
Yeah. That's the way I like to hear you talk, Jack. And Stella,
Yes, sir.
bring Mr. Sneed an old-fashioned. And that bonded stuff.
It's a big idea, Bullet. Last night when I took you for a spin, you gave me the go-by. Now you're setting me up to a swell face.
Forget it. How you feeling?
Eh? Not so good. They're policing the track at Santa Anita so darn close you can't make a decent snatch. Joe Philkes is out there spotting dips, and a self-respecting mall buzzer like me can't make himself 3 square. Try to reap a kick and you're in the Bastille for a sleep.
Yeah, gee, that's tough.
Sure. And do you think I can do any good with the junk? Boy, Eddie Chitwood has got a fink at every corner, looking like a snowbird dying at the equator. Proposition those mugs, and it's up the river.
It ain't up the river, Jack. It's across the bay. It's still got East Coast hangovers.
I wish I had any sort of a hangover. I ain't had a drink in 60 years.
Well, that problem's settled. Here comes the old-fashioned.
Oh, and how I welcome it. Thanks, Curly. Here's how, Bullet.
How?
Oh, boy, that's good. You're sure treating me white, Bullet.
No, not at all.
Come on. What's on your mind?
What do you mean?
What do you want to see me about?
I'd like to mention Joe.
What I've been telling you. Where is it? I'd commit murder for a sawbuck.
You mean that?
Mean what?
That you'd commit murder.
Oh, almost.
Would you put a little bump off for, say, $100?
What?
That's what I wanted to see you about.
Are you nuts, Bullet?
I know what I'm talking about. I want you to bump off Mildred.
Mildred?
Yeah. Who's this way, Jack? You double-crossing me. She's cheating.
Mildred? Boy, you're crazy, Bullet. Mildred's nuts about you.
No, she ain't. I've been having it shattered. I know what I'm talking about.
It don't seem possible.
Well, it's true. And I ain't going to put up with it. I'm going to get rid of her right now.
Quiet. Here comes the waitress.
Here you are, sir. Is that rare enough?
Yes, right.
Okay, fella, that's all. Well, how about it, Jack? You can eat a lot of steaks for $100.
But Mildred. Why, Bullet, I know her almost as well as I know you. She's a friend of mine.
Forget it. This is a business deal. You want to make yourself a century or not?
But, Bullet,
Oh, I see. $100 ain't enough. Okay, make it 200. How about that?
Yeah, but don't you see, I'll go to the pen first.
Oh, no, you won't. It'll make it look like robbery, not suicide. That's silly.
What's that about suicide?
Oh, nothing. Make it look like robbery, and nobody will be wise. There's a steel bar in the closet of the house. I'll give you the key, and you just walk in and pound her over the head.
Oh, honey, what you do to me.
You love me, Flo?
Plenty.
You're a swell dish, Flo.
Cooked up just for you, Daddy. When do you have it served?
What do you mean?
Just this. When's Mildred committing suicide?
I'm taking care of that.
You're taking care of it.
You heard me. Now quit asking questions. I'll smack you one.
Oh, Daddy. Tommy?
Well, Sneed, how about it? You ready to pull the trick this afternoon?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just give me a drink, will you, Bullet? I got the jitters.
Okay. Stella, a couple of Scotch and sodas.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the matter with you?
I can't go through with it, Bullet.
Why, you yellow...
Now, wait a minute, Bullet. Don't take that attitude. I know Mildred too well. She's a friend of mine. I couldn't bump her off. I just couldn't.
You're walking out on me, are you? Why, I'd have burned you myself.
Now, wait a minute, Bullet. I ain't walking out on you. I'll get it done for you.
You'll get it done, Tony. What are you talking about?
Listen, Bullet. I ran into an old pal of mine today. Guy I was in the Marines with in China. Name's Buckeye Bryan. Buckeye on account he comes from Ohio.
Yeah.
Now, look, Buckeye's a hoot. The real McCoy. He's a chopper with a mob back in Toledo. He don't know you, and he don't know Mildred. He'll do the job for you, and no questions asked. I need to do him myself, but I can't bump off a friend first.
How do I know this ain't a double cross?
It ain't, Bullet. I swear it. If you want to get Mildred bumped off, it ain't on my conscience, it's on yours. But if I bumped her off, it'd be on mine, see? As much as I need the dough, I don't need it that bad.
Okay. I'm going to talk to this Buckeye Bryan.
I'll have him here in a couple of hours. He's a great guy, Bullet. Bullet, this here is Buckeye Bryan. Buckeye, this is Bullet Baxter.
Glad to know you, Vasquez. Pleased to meet you, Bryan. Have a seat. Sure. What'd you like to drink? Great. Stella, a couple of straight whiskeys and bring over the bottle.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be seeing you later, Bullet.
What?
I don't want to know anything about this. Goodbye, Bullet.
What you doing, taking a powder?
No, Bullet. I'm on the up and up. Only why should I listen in on this? I'll see you after.
Sometimes I think that guy's a pink fool. Jack? Why, Jack Sneed's the whitest guy that ever joined Uncle Sam several dogs. Now, Baskin, let me tell you about the time when we was in China together. Why?
The whiskey, sir.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Have a taster, Brian? Not me. I like it straight. Fair enough. Me too. Good stuff. My prohibition stuff. They can't make it that distance for two.
Yeah. That prohibition stuff, I'm a copper.
Maybe you are.
What?
Hey, listen, Bascom. How are we going to do business if you hand me that kind of chatter? I'm on the level.
Did he tell you what I wanted to talk to you about?
You said you had a job you want to pull.
That's right. Did he tell you what?
You tell me.
Okay. It's murder.
Murder? Like the advertisements say, that's a nasty word. Let's say bump off.
Now, tell her what you like. Ever done anything like it before?
Look, Bascom, here's my gap. See those notches?
Yeah.
Well, I read once in a story where a tough guy out west used to put a notch in his gap for every guy he'd rubbed out. So I thought it was a good idea. Count them.
2, 4, 8, 12. 12 bump offs?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sold. Now listen, Brian. There's a dame I want back on me. You can't use a rod.
Why not?
Well, the neighbors might hear the shot, and anyhow, I want it to look like a burglary.
How about gas?
No, I got a better plan. There's a steel bar in the closet off the bedroom in this joint. I'll give you a key to the spot, and you can let yourself in and hide in the closet until the dame comes in. And then you can beat her ears in with a steel bar.
How about a rod? Does she have a rod? I don't want her to blow me down.
Well, there's an old gun in that desk, but you don't know how to use it, and anyhow, it ain't loaded. I loaded it myself a week ago.
Say, who is this dame you're so anxious to get bumped?
What's it to you? I'm paying you for the job, ain't I?
Yeah? And how much?
Oh, how much would you expect for a job like this?
Well, here's the setup. I got to get back to Toledo, and I got to get a front. I can't go in there like this, and I want to get there fast. I think my twist is giving me the double, see? So I'll do the job for 2 C's. I think $200 will see me through.
That's a little high.
Take it or leave it.
Okay, I'll take it.
Half now and half on, shall we say, delivery of a body?
I ain't got that cash on me right this minute.
How do I know you won't take a powder on me?
You want it like a welcome house?
Well, when do I get the payoff?
When do you pull the job?
Anytime you say.
Okay, this afternoon.
Well, this afternoon it is. Do I get the payoff this afternoon, too?
Yeah.
Where? Here?
No, meet me at the corner of 8th and Vermont. I'll pay off there.
Okay. How do I get into the joint?
Under the keys. It's at 1830 South Henderson.
1830 South Henderson.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? A bungalow, a court, or what?
A big stucco house. You go out there now and let yourself in. Hide in the closet. She'll be back from our luncheon engagement about 2:30. And when she comes in, let her have it.
Okay. And I'll see you at 8th and Vermont in 2 hours. See that you have the dough with you.
Don't worry. I will.
While Brian leaves on his errand of death, Bascom, unable to contain himself, drops in his clothes apartment.
Hello, Daddy. What's on your mind?
Got a little news for you. We couldn't wait.
Yeah? What is it?
Just come by to tell you it won't be long now.
What do you mean? It won't be long now.
Noted committing suicide this afternoon.
Yeah? On the level?
On the level.
When you gonna do it?
I ain't gonna do it.
What do you mean?
Guy's doing it for me.
A guy's doing it for you, huh?
Yeah.
You ain't got the nerve to do it yourself. I thought you was a man. Why, you sniveling welcher, I'm sick and tired of you. I thought you loved me. I thought you loved me enough for anything. And you haven't even got the nerve to bump your wife off. Bullets fast on the tough guy. Bullets fast on the big baby.
I've been asking for this for a long time, Cole, and now you're gonna get it. A nice, healthy smack and a kiss.
Oh, sugar, really?
Don't hang me that stuff on you. So long, you tramp.
Meanwhile, Buckeye Bryan lets himself into the Bascom residence, pockets the guns in the desk drawer, finds the steel bar in the closet, and is waiting at the door when Mrs. Bascom returns home. Well, and here comes the victim herself. Step right into the parlor to the spider and the flies.
Who's there?
Yes, me, Mrs. Bascom.
Who are you?
I'm Buckeye Bryan, ma'am. A tough killer from Toledo, Ohio.
What are you doing in my house?
I've got a date to murder you.
What's the matter with you? Are you crazy or something?
No, I'm quite sane. Your husband, your model husband, has just employed me to bump you off for $200.
You get out of here right now.
See, here's the key to your house. Your husband gave it to me.
What?
This iron bar I'm holding was in the closet, just where he told me it would be. I'm supposed to bash in your skull with it.
It's frightening when you talk like that. If you don't leave the house this minute, I'll get my gun and...
Don't trouble yourself. I already had your gun in my pocket, see? Wouldn't have done you much good. Your husband thoughtfully unloaded it so that you couldn't defend yourself.
You must be insane. My husband hired you to... Oh, that's fantastic. Well, it's the finest man in the world. He's utterly devoted to me.
That's what you think.
Well, he'll teach you to talk that way in a minute.
What do you mean?
Here he comes up the walk right now.
What?
Sure. See through that window?
I want you to go into the bedroom there, Mrs. Bascom, and close the door. I've got to see him alone.
Oh, I certainly will not. Stop pushing me. Bullet! Help
Now, Mrs. Bascom, listen to me. If you value your life, do as I say. I'm your friend. Get into that bedroom and stay there like Courtney. Please don't make any noise. You must trust me.
But why? I don't even...
Quiet. Here he comes. Hello, Bascom. Thought you were going to meet me at 8th and Vermont.
You ain't.
Sure she's home. I just pulled it. Don't worry, I made it look like a robbery. They won't hang nothing on you.
Well, it ain't that. I changed my mind.
Well, this is a fine time to change your mind.
Yeah. I guess it was really her I loved all the time. It was that tramp Flo that talked me into this.
Oh, I get it. Another game, huh?
Are you sure she's dead? Is there any chance of saving her?
Not a chance. When I swing a hunk of steel like this, they're bumped off my feet.
Put that thing away. Put it away. Don't wave it in front of me like that.
Well, the job's done, Bascom. Now, if you're slipping to pay off, I'll be on my way.
The payoff? You expect me to pay you for murdering my wife?
Oh, well, won't you, huh?
I'll get you for this. Don't stuck from the end of a rope.
What are you grabbing that phone for?
I'm going to tell the police.
Call the police. That's a good one.
And don't try anything in that bar and cover me with a gas, please.
Don't get so excited, Bascom. Save yourself the effort of phoning.
What do you mean?
Looks like a couple of dicks coming up to the house now. I guess your wife screamed too loud when I let her have it. The neighbors told the cops.
It is the police. That's a squad car out in the front. You're washed up, Brian. You bought a one-way ticket to the Hutbush when you murdered my Mildred.
Yeah, what'll the jury say when I tell my story?
They won't believe you.
What about Jack Sneed?
He won't squeal.
No, he won't, huh?
Just a minute, I'm coming. Jury's always a that man. You just burned my wife.
Hello, boys.
Don't move, Brian. I'll let you have it.
I think you better give me that gun, Mr. Bascom. I'll take charge of things now. Don't worry, Bascom. I just want to produce the body. I believe that's customary in cases like this, isn't it, Inspector? Habeas corpus or something like that? That's right. Will you come out now, Mrs. Bascom?
No. Oh, are you all right? Is it really you? Oh, my God.
What's this all about, Jim? Who are these men? What's this about having me murdered? I thought it was you.
I don't know, honey. I don't know. The only thing that matters is they're all right.
I believe introductions are in order, Mrs. Bascom. I'm Inspector Davidson of the Los Angeles Homicide Squad. And this man here, whom your husband knows as Buckeye Bryan, and whom we hired to murder you, is one of our most valued assistants, Detective Lieutenant Tommy Bryan.
What? Where you double?
Bascom, Never resist an officer, Bascom. Although in this case, I want to thank you. I've been wanting an opportunity to smack you one ever since I met you. Got your cuffs with you, Inspector? All right. Stick out your arms, Bascom.
Hey, Kramer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Raise your breath, Bascom.
Oh, you ain't got a thing on me, not a thing.
Oh, you're forgetting your friend, Jack Sneed.
What about him?
Well, Bascom, your friend Sneed came to us and tipped us off. My disguise of Buckeye Bryan was the result. When I left your restaurant an hour ago, I called Inspector Davidson and asked him to meet me here. In the meantime, Bill Clark, Tondapper, and Ryan are staked out at Ace in Vermont waiting for you. But you saved us that trouble by walking into our arms right here. The only thing I regret is that you didn't pay off. That blood money would have looked good in evidence. But we'll put you away in any case. Your friend Sneed, you see, will be the state's star witness when they bring you to trial for conspiracy to commit murder.
No. The frame up, you can't do it. No, honey. You don't believe him, do you? You're trying to railroad me. It's a lie. The whole thing's a dirty double cross and lie. You don't believe your daddy would do such a thing? Do you, Mildred, honey?
I don't know what to believe.
In the eyes of the law, was not very great, horrible as it undoubtedly is to every decent citizen listening tonight. We sent him to the court and tried him and found him guilty. But the most the law could give him was a year in the county jail. He served his term, was released, and went back to the bewildered Mrs. Bascom, who, trusting soul, to this day does not believe that her husband plotted to kill her. Bascom will not try it again. He learned his lesson from the vitriolic Flo, who wanted him not as much as she desired him to prove how much she wanted her. Had our homicide squad not been on its toes, there would have been a murder to solve instead of one to prevent. And as I said at starting, the primary function of your police is to prevent crimes rather than solve them. For if we efficiently prevent them through our own activities and the education of the public through the futility of crime, ergo, we will have no more crimes to solve.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Police officials of leading western cities and counties have enthusiastically adopted Rio Grande cracked gasoline because they have proved by actual tests that this gasoline operates police and emergency cars at a lower cost per mile, yet creates greater speed and power than any other gasoline. You will find in your own car that you enjoy faster acceleration and make greater speed with cracked gasoline. But such speed is doubly dangerous. For safety's sake, police warn you to stay within speed limits and keep the extra power of Rio Grande cracked in reserve for driving emergencies. High speeds also endanger your motor, for most motor oils break down when your engine speeds up. To protect your motor from damage at all times, even at highest speeds, Rio Grande dealers offer you Sinclair, Pennsylvania, and Sinclair Opening motor oil. Both of these famous brands are refined by a method as revolutionary as the Sinclair cracking process for gasoline. All useless petroleum jelly is extracted from Sinclair motor oil to ensure a protecting film of oil that won't break down. Your Rio Grande dealer can supply you with Sinclair, Pennsylvania, or Sinclair Opening motor oil, absolutely jelly-free, in tamper-proof, extra-major cans.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 103 regarding an attempt murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rose and Quick.
Frederick Lindsay, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The immense natural resources of the western United States brought wealth and security to many of the early settlers. But to have was not always to hold. Outlaws robbed and plundered, and no man's life or property was safe. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. And it was he, more than anyone else, who finally brought law and order to the frontier. Now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the gold country around five corners. Hail, Silver!
Old Ben Battle had been known for years as one of the unluckiest prospectors in the West. He had spent his life searching for gold, but though unsuccessful, he remained cheerful and active, his courage giving him youthful strength and hope. One day, the citizens of the town of Five Corners were startled to see old Ben ride down their main street, shouting at the top of his lungs.
I found it! I found it! Oh, there, whoa there! 30 years I've been looking, and I found it at last.
What is it, Ben?
What's happened?
What's that you're carrying, Ben?
You striking rich? Come on inside the cafe, fellas, and I'll tell you all about it.
I sure want to know what it is.
Right now, I'm the luckiest fella in the state. Yippee, fellas, look here.
Hey, old Ben Battle. Say, what's the crowd following you for?
I struck it rich, Barkeep.
You found a good claim?
No.
Then what do you
Just
mean?
run your eyes over this.
Gold.
It's gold.
Pure gold. That's a chunk from a bar of gold.
It's been smelted.
Where in thunder did Ben get that?
Quiet down there, you fellas. Quiet down. You ain't been holding anybody up, have you, Ben?
Not me. Here, look what's stamped on that gold.
Let me see.
What's it say?
Go on and tell the sheriff, Barkeep.
Why, it looks to me like it's got 2 T's stamped in it.
You mean like initials?
Uh-huh, but I don't...
Leaping Mavericks. T.T. Treasure Trove. I'll bet them initials stand for the old Treasure Trove mine.
Treasure Trove? Is that it, Ben?
Yes, sirree. That there's part of a gold shipment been lost for almost 50 years.
I'll bet 1,000 fellows have looked for it without finding it.
And it took me to do it.
I ain't never heard of no Treasure Trove mine.
You ain't?
Gosh, Barkeep, I thought everybody knew about that. It was owned by a fellow named Jake Adler.
He used to smelt his own ore and then send up a mule train to the coast.
Yeah?
But once he sent a shipment that disappeared. No one ever knew what become of it. They wouldn't figure anything, but maybe a landslide covered it up.
Couldn't it have been Injuns?
But there weren't no Indians around at the time.
And nobody ever seen hide nor hair of anybody that was with the gold. Not even one of the mules.
And that's the gold you found, Ben?
Yep. I was just coming back over the old trail from Custerville. Man, was it hot. My horse just moseyed along. Doggone you, lazy hide. Keep it going there. I get off and walk to make it easier for you, and you mosey along slower than ever. Now get along, Gretchen. And no back talk, neither. There now. See what you went and made me do? Nearly broke a leg all on account of... Now, what? Whoa there, whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Well, that's a funny-looking rock I just stumbled on. Queer sort of shape now. Let me have a look at it. Hold still, won't you? Now, hold still. First you want to stop when I want you to travel. When I want to stop, you want to travel. Now, let me pick up that rock. Yeah. I wonder. Now, where's that hammer I had along? Here it is. I'll just chip off some of the dirt on the outside. Well, I'll be... Jumping juniper, a gold bar. Huh. What's it say there? T.T. Treasure Trove. This is part of the gold from the Treasure Trove mine, or I'll eat my pick and shovel. Now we're heading for town, and we're moving fast, or I'll lambaste your blasted stubborn hide. Now get up there. Come on, get along there.
Well, I'll be doggone.
You staked your claim, Ben?
Well,
Well, what?
Well, maybe I was a bit hasty when I said I'd found the whole shipment. What I meant was I found this here chunk of gold, and I'm darn sure the rest must be somewheres about.
That's a little different.
The gold wouldn't belong to you anyhow, would it, Ben?
And why wouldn't it?
Well, this Adler
Shucks,
fella...
he's been a long time dead.
He never had no kinfolk.
Oh, it'd be Ben's all right.
But where'd you pick up this chunk? Why, it was over by the...
You darn fool. Don't be telling. Somebody'll beat you to it.
Golly, I never thought of that.
You already said too much.
I come close to it, maybe, Sheriff. I was so all fired excited I wasn't thinking, but...
You said too much. Because now, how are you going to go back without being followed?
Oh, Sheriff.
Every cook in the territory will be here to watch you.
Sheriff, I wish you'd take a hammer and pound some sense in my head. I must have gone clean loco.
Ben, you got a heart as big as a cow. And more doggone grit than any 20 other fellows. But when it comes to playing your cards close to your belt, you let every fellow in the game read your hand.
Oh, this is awful.
You wait. When this news gets around, then you'll find out just how bad it really is.
Come on, Ben. Tell us where you found it.
Don't hold out, you friend. Where was your last trip?
Ben, give us a tip.
Hey, Ben. Come on.
Come on, Ben.
I ain't saying a thing. And I'll camp right here in town before I let some buzzard rob me of what I found.
Where was you, Ben? Now, don't hold out on
The sheriff had prophesied correctly. The news of Ben's discovery spread like wildfire, attracting the attention of honest men and outlaws alike. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto also heard the reports. They knew Ben deserved whatever good fortune came his way, and determined to help him if they could. In the meantime, however, an outlaw known as Smoky Joe had made certain plans. You see him now riding with some of his men.
This is the only thing we can do, Hawk. That old fool ain't going to stir out of town as long as he figures he'll be followed.
Not him, Smoky. He'll wait if it takes a year.
But I ain't going to.
He'll talk when we get our hands on him.
I didn't want to do it this way, but we ain't got no more time to waste.
Yeah.
Only trouble is, if we make him talk, we got to get rid of him.
You can't leave him live to tell the sheriff who done it.
That's what I mean.
But it's worth doing something for all that gold.
Uh-huh.
Where do you figure on keeping Ben when you get him?
We'll take him to that old cabin back in the woods.
Yeah.
And if he does any yelling, nobody'll hear him.
We're passing Ben's shack right now, ain't we?
We'll just ride down to them trees, and he won't see us when he comes out from town.
Just about do, ain't he?
Yeah.
How's it?
It's good enough. All right, fellas. Rein up and keep out of sight.
Sure thing, boss.
Who there? Who there?
Ain't he likely to hear the horses?
Nah, not with them riding as fast as he always does.
Smoky, there's somebody coming now.
Can you make him out?
No, it's too blamed dark.
We'll know in a second.
Keep quiet, you fellas.
I see him, Smoky. That's that chestnut horse he rides.
Get along there, boy. Get along. Grab him, fellas.
Yeah, get him.
Hey, what the? Hold on there.
Get the reins.
Smoky Joe.
Stop your horse, Ben.
You crooks, out of my way.
What's it? He's going for his gun.
I ain't afeard of a pack of yellow outlaws.
Put down that gun.
Yeah,
Oh.
I winged him, boss.
Last time maybe you killed him.
He ain't hurt much, Smoky. Just grazed his shoulder.
I'll live to get every one of you.
We'll see about that.
Boss, let's get out of here. Maybe somebody heard the shot.
You got his bridle?
He won't get away.
Then let's travel. Get up there. Come on.
The outlaws, with old Ben as their prisoner, raced to the cabin in the forest. Throughout the entire rest of the night, they questioned him, but he refused to tell them anything. They rested during the day, but the following evening the brutal questioning began again.
Talk, Ben.
Ain't.
It'll be the worse for you if you don't.
Where'd you find that chunk of gold?
There's a gold head.
Where's it hid, blast you? Where's it hid?
Hucker will beat it out of you.
Talk, you.
You're wasting your time.
Why, you stubborn old fool.
I'll see every one of you hung before I'll talk. I wouldn't tell you nothing no matter what you did. You can hit me and you can beat me up. I won't talk, and there's no way you can make me.
Now, wait, boss. Yeah?
Let me handle this.
What you want with the old maverick?
I'll find a way to fix him.
Go ahead. I'm riding back to town.
Folks are most likely talking because Ben ain't been around.
Yeah, huh?
I'll take the rest of the boys and show ourselves in the cafe so we won't be suspicious.
Me and Hawk can handle things.
See that you do.
We've been too easy on him. But we ain't going to be no longer.
We won't be gone more than a couple hours. Get your saddles, fellas. We're riding to town.
All right, Ben. It's just 3 of us now.
You dirty skunk.
Boss is a mite squeamish, but I ain't.
And you'll find it out right soon. If I weren't tied to this chair...
You'd do a lot, wouldn't you?
I ain't so young no more, but I'd show you fellas a few tricks.
Only it's us that's going to show you a few things.
I'm giving you one more chance. Where'd you find that chunk of gold?
I ain't saying.
Well, of all the stubborn mavericks I ever run up against, this fella takes the cake.
We give him his chance. Get that poker.
Yeah.
Stick it in the fireplace so it'll get red hot.
I'll do that.
You beginning to get the ID, Ben?
You'll pay for all this.
I fixed it, Hawk.
Good. Now we're...
What was that?
Somebody firing at us.
There he is. It's a fella on a white horse.
We got to get him.
How about Ben?
He's tied up. He ain't going to run away.
Well, then come on.
Get your horse. We'll ride after him.
Hurry up, Hawk. Come on, get in the saddle. Are you ready?
Yep. Come on. Get up. Get up there. Get up.
You all right?
Huh? Who's there?
Me come help you.
Gosh, a redskin.
White friend, get outlaw way. Tonto come get you.
You'll have to cut these here ropes. They got me tied up like a calf for Brandon.
Me cut rope.
But how'd you find me?
Tonto follow trail. Find where bad feller get you. Then trail you here. And there. You free now.
I don't know who you are, but by golly, you and that friend of yours are sure pards of mine from now on.
You hurry.
Where are we going?
Take you to find gold. Outlaw not catch us. Here, paint horse.
You mean we're going to try and outrun them crooks?
Paint horse plenty fast. You mount him.
By golly, I'll chance it. It's the only way I can ever get to that gold without being followed.
That's right. Get him up, paint horse. Get him up.
Hawk, look. There goes Ben riding a horse with an engine.
Hey, we've been tricked.
Yeah, Ben's got away.
There ain't no use chasing him. Look at that horse travel.
Yeah. Oh, and look over there.
Huh?
There goes a fellow we was chasing afore.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, accompanied by old Ben Battle, who had found the treasure trove gold bar, left Hawk and his companion far behind. At the cafe in town, Smoky Joe talked with an Indian guide.
Black Wolf, you're just the fella I need.
Huh?
I've heard all about you. They say you're the best Indian trailer in these parts.
Me follow trail plenty good.
And from what I've heard, you don't mind making yourself a little cash on occasion.
You give 'em me cash?
It just depends on you.
What you want 'em?
I reckon you've heard the talk that's been going on around town, ain't you?
You mean talk 'em gold?
Sure. And I got a scheme to get that gold.
Huh?
What do you say you throw in with me and my boys? You can trail old Ben when he leaves town to go back to where he found that treasure trove stuff, and we'll help ourselves to it and give you all the protection you need.
What you pay 'em, Black Wolf?
You'll get your equal share with the rest of us. Well, what do you say?
Me not know.
You gotta. Just think of all the firewater you could buy with your share, Black Wolf. More'n you ever seen before.
Black Wolf, do 'em.
Good. I thought you would.
Hey, boss!
Let's shake.
Boss!
Hey, what are you doing
Ben's
here?
got away.
Blast you, keep your voice down. You say Ben ain't in the cabin?
No, an engine and a masked fella got him.
You blasted fools!
Yeah, we couldn't help
The
it.
minute I leave you, everything goes wrong. And they ought to get me some fellas I can depend on.
But even...
Shut up! We're riding out to the cabin. Black Wolf, you come on in after us. It looks to me like we can put you to work before we figured on it. Of all the blasted idiots I ever seen, you fellas are the worst.
Oh, but Smokey, how was we to know there was a redskin with that masked fella?
You didn't have to know it. All you had to do was to stay with old Ben like you were supposed to.
You let ourselves be shot at.
I'm blamed sorry he didn't hit you.
Ain't nobody seen nothing of Ben since he got away?
Of course they ain't. Him and them other two fellas lit right out for the gold.
What are we going to do now, boss?
We gotta get Ben back.
Yeah, but...
If we don't, it means jail for us. Ben's seen us all. When he tells the sheriff who we are, we're done for.
We could light out of here.
And let the gold go?
Yeah, that's better than being jailed.
Uh-huh. I got a better notion.
What's that?
Ever heard of Black Wolf?
The Injun?
That's the one.
Well, what about him?
The Redskin's as good at trailing as anybody you can name. He can most trail a hawk if you give him half a chance.
Why, he's thunder. Where's he at?
I'm waiting for him now.
Oh, yeah?
I seen him in town this morning, and that's where I got the idea.
You talked to him?
Uh-huh. I talked to him and told him if he put in with us, he'd get his fair share.
Yeah, what'd he say?
What do you figure he'd say? That Redskin would do anything for gold to buy firewater.
And we still got a chance.
And a darn good one.
Maybe that's him now.
Most likely. That's you, Black Wolf?
Me, Black Wolf.
Walk right in. These are my pards I was telling you about.
Oh.
Black Wolf.
Well, ain't no use standing around here if you're ready to start out, Black Wolf.
Black Wolf, ready.
And come on, fellas. Some of you bring our horses around, and the rest of us will show the Redskin the marks of the horses them other fellas was riding.
All right, boss.
Just come this way, Black Wolf.
Me come.
Going to take a sided trail in to follow them tracks now.
Black Wolf, best brave all tribe. Black Wolf see where other brave blind.
Over there is where we found the tracks of the horse the masked fellow was riding. I kept the boys away so they wouldn't be spoiled. Here you are, Black Wolf. You see him?
Black Wolf see like eagle.
You figure you can follow tracks like them?
Me follow.
By golly, we ain't beat yet.
Fetch them horses.
Yeah, we're coming.
We'll head after Ben and the masked fellow without waiting.
I'd like to get my hands on him.
And I want to get my hands on the gold. Steady there.
Black Wolf, good as he says he is. We'll do both.
Black Wolf not like Paleface. Him not speak big word, do little deed. Him speak little, do big deed.
And now's your chance to prove it. Get up. Get on at him. Come on.
Get him.
In the meantime, Ben Battle, the Lone Ranger, and Tonto had crossed the plains and entered the hills. We see the old man and the Indian now in a sheltered camp, close to the spot where Ben had found the gold. Ben is speaking.
Yes, sirree, Tonto. You and the masked fella got anything beat ever see.
Why you think that, huh?
Well, first off, look at the way you fooled them crooks the night you found me at the cabin. Then take them horses of yours. I ain't seen their equal since I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
Them plenty good.
And it was the masked fella's idea for you to go alone after the blasting powder we needed. He figured nobody'd be curious about a redskin.
Not right.
Then, to top it all off, your pard's gone back to see if they've been followed. He don't take no chances at all.
Oh, it not good take chance.
You're two of the squarest fellas I ever met up with. You even say you don't want none of the gold for helping me out.
No. Oh, you not pay us.
Well, I don't know anybody else that'd feel the same about it, except maybe the sheriff. Him and me have been friends for close 30 years.
Him heap good feller.
He is that. He'd do anything for me, and I'd do anything...
You, look.
Huh?
You look. There.
It's smoke.
White friend, send signal.
You mean the masked fella's making that smoke?
Not right.
But what for? What's it say?
Outlaw. Feller. Follow. You.
We've been trailed?
Not right.
Oh, golly, just when I was thinking we had things our own way.
But them trail us.
And there's close to a dozen of them and only 3 of us.
That be all right.
But what we gonna...
White friend be here
But
soon.
what can he do? There ain't nothing left to do but run for it.
Him make plan.
But he's got a plan, you say?
Not right.
Well, he's done a plenty so far. But if he's thought of a way for 3 fellas to get the best of a dozen, then he's smarter even than I had him figured.
Ranger, having sighted the pursuing outlaws, built signal fires to warn Ben and Tonto. Then he hastily mounted Silver and raced to rejoin them. The outlaws, led by Black Wolf, who had followed the trail with uncanny skill, approached the spot where Ben and his friends had made camp.
We're getting closer, ain't we, Black Wolf?
What sign now? Them not far.
Good.
I could even see the trail myself for the last hour or so.
This is the trail the mule trains used to take when old Jake Adler sent his gold to the coast. Most likely there was a landslide somewhere around here that buried the whole shebang.
And Ben had to have the fool luck to stumble onto it after everybody else had hunted it for years.
He didn't find the whole works. He just found that chunk of gold.
Well, it must have been a piece that happened to come uncovered. The rest bound to be somewhere close by.
Yeah, I reckon so.
There, camp.
And someone's been here recent.
By golly, that's so.
You can see the ashes, and there's prints all about.
Yeah.
Here's hoping we see them before they see us.
I hope so, but...
who's that over there?
You see something?
Look where the valley narrows.
That must be a pass. And by thunder, there's old Ben.
What's he doing?
I don't know, but he ain't dodging us this time. Come on, get up there. Get on there. Get up. Come on.
He ain't seen us.
He will in a second.
Where's the engine and the masked fella?
The blazes with them. It's only Ben we got to worry about. Get along there. Get on.
He's seen us.
We got you, Ben.
Who'll run for it? I'm holding my gun on you.
You found me. Oh, there.
Get away. Let me be.
Well, so you figured you got away, did you?
You know
Smokey, he's been planting blasting powder.
It's all ready to be lit.
No, ain't that real nice of you, Ben? So the gold is under these rocks, huh?
No, it ain't. I was only trying...
Did you hear that, fellas?
Yeah.
The gold ain't here, but he's setting off powder just the same. Figures he needs the practice, I reckon.
Smokey, listen to me now.
But I figure we better do, boss.
That don't take no figuring. As long as Ben's got the blasting powder all set, we'll just let him light it first.
Yeah. I won't. You can't make me.
Might just as well, Ben. We know where the gold is now.
But I'm not going to...
Just take a look at this shooting iron.
Yeah. You wouldn't shoot me, would you?
You'll shoot if you don't do like I say.
Oh, then I reckon I ain't got no choice.
You sure haven't.
Well, you'd better go on a ways so as you won't be hurt by the rocks when they fall.
Yeah, but we'll be watching. And if you try any tricks, it'll be your last.
I savvy.
Come on, fellas.
Yeah.
Get up there.
Hey, Ben, I'll be aiming at you all the time.
You better hurry. I'm lighting it right now.
I'll bet he's so mad he could bust. Us finding him just when he was all set to uncover the gold.
Yeah, watch out, fellas. The blast will be going off any second now.
Yeah, we're safe here.
Now let it come.
The blast went off, and great masses of rock and earth were torn from the side of the hill, blocking the narrow pass. The outlaws watched eagerly, then Hawk shouted,
There ain't no gold there.
Where'd Ben get to? He run the other way when he lit the fuse.
Then we can't get back the way we come. The rocks filled up the path.
We'll just have to ride on and find him.
Blind Canyon!
Huh?
We're penned in!
We can't go back! We can't go on in the side! It's too steep to climb!
We've been trapped. Ben! Hey, Ben! Ben!
With the outlaws imprisoned in the canyon, Ben Battle grinned and sat down to wait for the masked man and Tonto. Finally, they rode up with the sheriff, dismounted, and walked over toward the old prospector.
Are they all in there, Ben?
Can't you hear him, Sheriff?
I sure can. And they don't sound so blamed happy. Smoky Joe!
Help us get out of here!
Keep still and listen.
What do you got to say?
There's just a few things I wanted you fellows to know about. And the first is, I got some deputies coming to take you fellows to jail. And Ben and the masked fella found the gold before you fellows ever got here. Ben just pretended to be blasting for the gold so as you could be caught.
And maybe if you fellas ever get out of jail, you won't be so darned anxious to go again the Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger? Is that who the masked fella is?
You never heard tell of any other hombre that could do what he's done, did you?
By golly, I want to talk to that fella.
But I reckon you won't.
Huh? What's the...
Because he's on his way right now. That's how come I know for sure he's the Lone Ranger. He does what nobody else could do, and he never waits to be thanked.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Tomorrow, NBC's 300-man news staff will once again spring into action to bring you every important news development of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Yes, from wherever news is being made, NBC will present it when it happens. Following their comprehensive broadcasts from the Republican National Convention 1 week ago, NBC received thousands of letters praising their most complete coverage. One teacher from Michigan wrote, quote, "Again, may I express my gratitude to your network for being on the scene of every important development during the Republican National Convention. I have recorded all of the important speeches, commentary, and balloting on my Webster Electric Echo Tape recorder, and I intend to record all of the Democratic Convention from NBC, too," unquote. Well, our teacher friend need not worry, for NBC will have expert radio reporters such as George Hicks, Morgan Beatty, and Richard Harkness, making it possible for you to attend the Democratic Convention on NBC. Make NBC and this station your convention headquarters. Now, Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Round Trip.
It is a Thursday evening in May, 1946, in the city of Houston, Texas. In a shabby travel agency near the waterfront, several people are sitting on benches ranged around the walls of the poorly lighted room. A little past 8 o'clock, a man enters, speaks a few words to the clerk, then walks toward one of the men at the other end of the room.
Your name Dave Hobart?
Yeah, that's right. You the fella that's driving up to Waco?
That's right. You got your baggage with you?
Yeah, just this one suitcase. Where's the car?
Out in front.
Okay. You know, I was beginning to think maybe you weren't coming.
No, I got delayed. Truth of the matter is, I promised to bring my kid a toy fire engine for his birthday. Forgot all about it till most of the stores were closed. I had an awful time finding that fire engine. But I got it. Hope you didn't mind waiting too much.
Not as long as you got here. I don't feel like spending another night in Houston, I tell you. This your car?
Yeah. I'll get in this side and slide over. Just throw your suitcase on top of those newspapers in the back seat.
All right. Hey, what you doing with all those papers?
Oh, I'm a bundle carrier for 2 papers. Run the regular route between here and Waco. I just take passengers along, pick up a few extra bucks.
Oh? Bundle carrying pay pretty good money?
It's a living.
Uh-huh. Hey, where you going? This isn't the way to the Waco Road.
Yeah, I know. Got another passenger to pick up down at the end of the block. If he hasn't got tired of waiting and left. Been working down here in Houston?
I've been looking for a job. Just got back from Germany a few months ago.
Army?
Yeah. No good jobs around now. Guys who got back first took them all.
I reckon that's the other passenger over there. Hey, you the fella that's going up towards Waco?
Yeah. Hey, sure took your time getting here.
Where am I to put these 2 suitcases?
No, just throw them on top of those newspapers and back.
I'd known it was going to be so crowded in your car, I'd have waited and taken the train in the morning.
Don't worry. We'll get you where you're going. Hope both you fellas like coffee. I usually stop a couple times on the way.
That's okay. Sure. As long as you don't make too many stops.
Been driving this night route for 10 years now. The only thing I don't like about it, don't give me enough time with my wife and kid. Either you fellas married? How about you?
Nah, I'm in the Merchant Marine. Seen lots of girls in lots of countries. None of them worth marrying.
You'll change your mind one of these days. Nothing like it. Having a wife and kid to come home to. You know something? I take passengers on this run almost every night, make an extra $5 or $6. And every cent of that money goes into a special account, earmarked for sending my boy to college.
Is that so?
Yep. My wife and me, we made up our minds he's not going to carry newspapers for a living. We're giving him the best education we can get for him.
Yeah, well, sometimes even when you've been to school, you got trouble making a living.
Not my kid. He's really going to be something. Hold the wheel a second, will you?
Okay.
I want to show you a picture of him. I got in my wallet. Just get this rubber band off. Here. Oh, all right, I got the wheel now. See if you don't think he's the finest kid you ever set eyes on. Oh, bring it over closer to the dashboard light. Well, what do you think of him?
Good-looking boy.
Yeah. Hey, young mister.
Thanks. You mind holding the wheel again? Every time my wallet gets full, I have trouble getting this picture back in.
You shouldn't carry so much money in it.
Oh, got to. It's collection day. There we are. I'll take the wheel now.
You mean to say you collected all that money just from newspapers?
Oh, you'd be surprised how it mounts up. I wish it was all mine.
That's an awful lot of dough.
Yeah. Sure is.
At 8:20 the next morning, a highway employee cutting grass alongside the road 10 miles south of Colby, Texas, found the body of a man lying in the ditch. There were 2 bullet wounds in his head. When the sheriff arrived, he immediately recognized the man as Robert Dixon of Waco. The sheriff requested assistance from the Texas Rangers. And at 9:25, Ranger Jace Pearson pulled up in his car.
10-4, KDXL.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Jace. Body's right down here.
I understand you knew this fellow.
Yeah, I knew him. Bob Dixon was as fine a man as you'd want to meet. There's the body, Jace.
How did you happen to know him?
He had a newspaper bundle route between Houston and Waco. I used to see him in diners along the road. He was a great coffee drinker, just like me. We got to be pretty good friends, meeting like that every week or so.
Uh-huh. You located the car he was driving?
Well, I thought it was found about 15 minutes ago, but it turned out to be a false alarm. I checked his pockets, Jace.
Empty?
Cleaned out. Pretty clear case of robbery.
Bullets entered his head from the right side. These powder burns means he was shot at close range.
Yeah, well, I figure it was somebody who was riding with him.
Was he in the habit of picking up people?
Yeah, he had some kind of arrangement with the travel agencies down in Houston. He used to carry a passenger or two with him almost every night.
Yeah, we better check with those agencies, see if they can tell us who rode with Dixon last night.
As far as I know about those places, sometimes they keep a record of customers' names and sometimes they don't.
Uh-huh. Right now, it's the only lead we've got. Sounds like my call. Better see what they want.
You know, Dixon was always talking about his wife and kid. Never seen a man so proud of his family. I'd sure like to get my hands on the one who did this.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Car registered to Robert Dixon of Waco has been located by Highway Patrol near Farm Road 4-2, 3 miles south of Colby.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
Huh. That ought to give us something to go on.
Yeah, let's get over there. The Highway Patrol was waiting for us on Farm Road 42. Dixon's car was about 50 yards from the road, half covered with brush. Sheriff and I walked toward it.
Well, it looks like he started to hide the car and then changed his mind.
Uh-huh. Help me pull this brush aside, will you, Sheriff?
Well, I can't help wondering why he picked this spot to leave it. Seems to me he'd have dished it closer to town, or else picked a place where it wouldn't have been found so quick.
Well, there's one reason he might have left it here. There's blood on the front seat.
You mean because there's so much of it?
Yeah, he probably got panicky when he got close to town. Decided to walk the rest of the way.
Well, that sounds logical, Jace. But it still don't bring us much closer to knowing who did it.
We'll bring a lab crew to go over the car for prints. Maybe... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
A slip of paper above the sun visor here.
Yeah. Anything interesting?
Could be. Pick up Dave Hobart at Thomas Travel Agency. Thursday, 8 p.m.
Jeez, that is something.
Yeah. Here are his tracks going toward the road.
More than likely he just hightailed for town as soon as he ditched the car.
That's funny. Tracks turn into that brush.
Now, why would he go off this way? That don't make... Jeez, next to that rock.
Yeah. Leather jacket and a pair of khaki trousers.
No doubt about their being his. Look at the bloodstains on them.
Must have shed these right after he left the car. That means he probably had other clothes with him.
Yeah, well, I'll go through the pockets here. I doubt if he left anything in them, but you never can tell. Well, there's nothing in the trousers.
Try the jacket.
Yeah, there's a couple of pennies. Looks like they've been in the pocket for quite a while. Hey, here's a stub of a bus ticket. Colby to Houston.
Any date on the back?
Well, it's kind of blurred. See if I can make it out here. Yeah, May 14th, 46. Well, that was Tuesday.
Sounds like the man we're looking for could live right here in Colby.
Well, this Dave Hobart, the fellow whose name was on that slip of paper in the car, you reckon he's the one that killed Dixon?
We won't know that till we find him. We decided that the best way to locate Dave Hobart was to check all post offices in the area. We didn't have to look far. The postmaster at Colby told us an ex-soldier by that name lived on a farm with his parents 12 miles south of town. The farmhouse was about a mile off the main highway, not far from the spot where Dixon's body had been found. When we arrived at the house, we saw someone chopping wood next to a shed.
I reckon he's the fellow we're looking for.
Could be. Your name, Dave Hobart?
What? Yeah. Something to do, boy?
First thing you can do is drop that axe.
What's all this about?
Drop it.
Okay.
Were you in Houston last night?
Why?
We'll ask the questions. Were you in Houston?
Yeah.
When'd you go down there?
Tuesday morning.
When'd you come back? Last night?
Huh?
How?
Paid a man to give me a ride.
Through the Thomas Travel Agency?
How'd you know?
I told you we'd ask the questions.
This man you rode with, did he have newspapers in the back of his car?
Well, what if it did?
He was robbed and killed last night by somebody riding with him.
It was okay when I got out of the car. Besides, there was another guy with him.
Who was he?
How should I know?
You gotta do better than that, Hobart.
You have a gun?
Only gun I ever had was the one Uncle Sam gave me. I was sure glad to give it back to him.
Why were you in Houston?
Because I was looking for a job.
Did you find one?
I had a few offered to me, but I didn't take them.
Why not?
Because they didn't pay enough.
Robbing and killing pays more, huh?
Now, you look, Sheriff. I didn't kill this guy. You find that other fella in the car and you got your killer.
Hobart, you say you were in the Army.
Yeah.
And I reckon you got some more khaki trousers like the ones you got on.
And I reckon you're wrong. This is the only pair I got left.
You ever own a leather jacket?
No.
We'll check and find out if you're telling the truth.
Well, go on, check.
How'd you get into Houston on Tuesday?
Caught a ride.
You sure you didn't take the bus from Colby?
Why would I go back there to take it? This is 12 miles closer to Houston.
You might have been in town that morning. Then you'd have got on there.
I wasn't in town. And what's taking a bus got to do with this anyhow?
We found a canceled bus ticket from Colby to Houston that we're pretty sure the killer used. It's dated Tuesday, the day you went to Houston.
Look, you got the wrong man, I'm telling you.
Maybe so, but you're coming along with us anyhow.
Well, where to?
To the bus station in Colby. Maybe somebody there will remember if they sold you a ticket. We arrived in Colby a little past noon. The bus station was located in a restaurant across from the courthouse. Through the window, we could see a heavy-set woman sitting at the cash register eating a large piece of pie. The sheriff said she ran both the restaurant and the bus station. He took Hobart inside. Go on in, Hobart.
All right.
Howdy. Something I can do for you?
Howdy, Maggie. Ranger and I'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Hey, Sheriff, you ever eat any of my hot raspberry pie?
I don't believe so.
Oh, it's mighty good if I do say so. Let me cut you boys a slice.
Not right now, thanks.
Only thing I got against raspberries, seeds keep getting in my teeth. What you fellas want to know?
You the only one who sells the bus tickets here?
Yeah, and never somebody takes a notion to buy one.
Did you ever see this boy before?
Oh, listen. He's kind of shy, ain't he? Here, lift up your head, Sonny. Let me get a look at you. He's a good-looking boy. Yeah, I reckon I've seen him a few times.
Did you sell him a bus ticket to Houston on Tuesday?
This past Tuesday?
Uh-huh.
Well, that was a mighty slow day. Only sold 3 or 4 tickets. Just one of them was to Houston.
Did this boy here buy it?
Oh, no, I don't reckon he did.
You see? I told you, Ranger.
Just a minute, Hobart. You remember who did buy it, ma'am?
Well, let me see. Just got to organize myself here a minute. Oof, always feel a little sluggish right after I eat. Oh, yeah, now I remember. It was Jim Mayo bought the ticket.
Jim Mayo? Jace, if he's mixed up in this at all, he's our man.
What makes you so sure?
Well, I've known him ever since he was a kid. Got caught forging checks when he was 15. Been up for everything from vagrancy to horse theft.
We still got to be sure the ticket we found was the one that was sold to Mayo. Ma'am, you keep a record of the serial numbers on the tickets you sell?
Yeah, got them in my audit book on that shelf behind me.
Mind looking up the number of that ticket you sold Tuesday?
Oh, all right, Ranger.
I didn't even know Mayo was back in town. Thought he was in the Merchant Marine.
Could have been between ships.
Other fella in the car with me said he was in the Merchant Marine.
Here we are. Let me see now.
You got the ticket, Sheriff?
Right in this envelope.
Tuesday, May 14th, yeah. Colby to Houston. Ticket number 3544.
What's our ticket say, Sheriff?
Says Mayo's the one we're after. Look, Jace, 3544.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
There are 7 million smart people in this country. Are you one of them? Yes, every payday, 7 million people save a total of $140 million. Mister, that's a lot of money in anybody's book. Who are these people that save all that dough? Millionaires? Big executives? Nope, they're just average people. But they're smart. They know the only sure way to save is to do it systematically, every payday. And they know there's no safer, better way to do so than by buying United States defense bonds through the payroll savings plan where they work or the bond-a-month plan where they bank. How those savings steadily mount up, too. Because they go into improved Series E defense bonds that now pay 3% interest, compounded semi-annually when held to maturity. Why don't you join the millions of smart people building their future now with regular investments in defense bonds? They're now even better. Now, the second act of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Round Trip.
We released Dave Hobart, then went to the house in Colby where Jim Mayo's parents lived. They said he'd gone to Houston Tuesday and had not been home since. We put out an APB on him and stationed a deputy at his house. Then we started checking Seamen's hiring halls in the port cities, hoping to pick up a lead on his whereabouts. We worked along the coast from Galveston, and on Saturday morning we walked up the stairs of the hiring hall at Corpus Christi.
I'm getting discouraged, Jace. Could be he didn't even come near one of these iron halls.
Seems to me shipping out would be the first thing he'd try to do.
Well, I sure hope this dispatcher can tell us something.
Boys, anybody interested throwing your cards at the window?
What's on your minds, gents? You're not figuring to ship out, are you?
We'd like some information from you.
Well, if it's about ships, you got the right man.
You remember seeing a man named Jim Mayo in here?
I reckon so.
When was he in here last?
Yesterday.
Jace. Uh-huh. You happen to know where we can find him?
I reckon I do.
Mind telling us?
I think I sent him on to the John Duncan yesterday. She's bound through the canal for Honolulu.
You make sure of that?
Yeah, look it up in my card file here. He's a fireman water tender, you know. Got a lot of calls lately for fireman water tenders.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here's his card. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I gave you gents some wrong information. Mayo's not on the John Duncan.
Well, that's a relief. Glad we don't have to go all the way to Honolulu for him.
No, Mayo signed on to the Humphrey Victory. She left last night.
Where was she bound?
Let me see. Yeah, Victoria, Brazil.
I called headquarters and informed them that Mayo was on a ship headed for Brazil. It was decided that he should be arrested when his ship arrived in Victoria. Clearance was made with the Brazilian government through the American embassy in Rio. The sheriff and I were detailed to make the arrest and bring the prisoner back. We boarded a plane and flew to Victoria. On the morning of the 2nd of June, not quite 3 weeks after Robert Dixon was killed, the ship on which Mayo was working dropped anchor for quarantine just outside the Victoria Harbor. Together with Lieutenant Delato of the Brazilian police, the sheriff and I rode out toward the ship in a harbor patrol launch.
Won't be long, Jace. I can make out the faces of the people standing along the rail now.
Yeah. The looks of the braid on his hat, I'd say the fellow standing by the gangway's Captain Dreyer.
You are sure, senor, that all has been prepared for you aboard the ship?
We've been in radio contact with the captain.
And this Mayo, you are sure he does not have word that you have come?
Not unless the radio operator's a special friend of his.
I won't do him much good if he does know. He's boxed up on there like a maverick at branding time.
I beg your pardon, senor.
The sheriff means it'd be hard for Mayo to get off the ship.
Oh, well, here we are.
Now, let's get aboard.
Well, the way this thing's bombing around, I hope I don't break my neck getting onto those steps.
You making it all right, Sheriff?
Yeah. And I'd just soon have come after this guy on a horse.
Ranger Pearson?
That's right, Captain. It's Lieutenant Delato and Sheriff Olson.
I do. I gotta admit this is a new experience, having a ranger and sheriff board my ship in a foreign port.
It's not exactly run-of-the-mill for us either.
No, I suppose not. Well, I followed your instructions, Ranger. Mayo doesn't have any idea you're after him.
Where is he now?
On watch in the engine room.
Well, maybe it'd be a good idea to clear the other men out of there before we go down after him. They could get hurt if he makes trouble.
No, don't worry about that, Sheriff. Chief engineer tells me Mayo's on donkey watch. That means he's down there alone.
Would you take us to the engine room entrance?
Sure, this way. How'd you get him back to the States?
Now, we've already booked passage on the Goodman Victory. She's sailing for New Orleans at midnight.
Goodman? Well, that's just like this one. She hasn't got a brig.
We got one of the cabins set up for Mayo.
Oh, here we are. You want me to go down with you?
If you don't mind, we'd rather have you and the lieutenant stay here. We'll pick him up alone.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Feel that heat, Jace. Really slaps you in the face. I don't know how a man can work down here.
I reckon you get used to anything.
Yeah. There he is, between those boilers. Got his back to us.
He's working on something at that table.
He sees us now.
Get ready in case he tries to duck behind one of those boilers.
Yeah.
Well, if it isn't my old friend, the sheriff.
Got a ranger with you, too, huh? You fellas a little far from home, ain't you?
We've come to get you, Mayo.
Me? For what?
So we can take you back to the States? You're wanted for the murder of Robert Dixon.
I don't even know anybody by that name.
You rode with him from Houston to Colby on the night of May 16th. We think you robbed and killed him.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're innocent. You'll have a chance to prove it back in Texas.
Come on, Mayo.
Don't be crazy. I'm not going anywhere with you. This is Brazil.
What's that got to do with it?
I know my rights. You got no authority to arrest me here.
It's all been taken care of. There's a Brazilian police officer up above with the captain. Now let's get going.
Oh, yeah? Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Look out, Jason's got a ranger.
Yeah. You think you're going to get me? Drop that ranger. I'll get both of you. Drop it.
That's better. Now get moving. We've got a long trip ahead of us. We put Mayo aboard the ship that was to take us back to the States and locked him in a cabin. Lieutenant Delato stayed in the passageway outside the cabin to guard him while the sheriff and I went to the dock office to place an overseas call to Austin. I informed headquarters that we had arrested Mayo and were sailing with him that night. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon when we walked across the dock back to the ship's gangway. Stevedores were loading the last of the cargo aboard.
Too bad you couldn't get a real good connection when you talked to Austin, Jace.
I think they understood what I had to say.
Uh-huh. Well, look at those sacks of coffee going aboard. Hundreds of them.
Makes an old coffee drinker like you happy just to look at them, huh?
Well, at least I know we won't run out of it on the trip home.
Chief mate said we should be in New Orleans in 10 days.
I'll be glad to see Texas again. Too far away to suit me.
It's been a long haul. It's not over yet.
See, the lieutenant's fixed himself up real comfortable. Chair, newspaper, and all.
You have made the call, Ranger Pearson?
Yeah, we got through. How's the prisoner?
All is quiet, senor. Not a sound from him. I think maybe he sleeps.
Yeah, it must be pretty warm in there with that porthole closed. Reckon we ought to take him out for a while, Jace?
Yeah, it's about time for him to have some food anyhow. You have the key, Lieutenant?
See, here you are, senor.
I'll get him, Jace.
I will be sorry to see you go, senor. It has been a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you.
Jace!
What's wrong?
The porthole's been jimmied open. Mayo's gone.
Lieutenant Delato immediately notified his headquarters of the prisoner's escape. The Brazilian police threw a cordon around the city. Sheriff and I started checking along the waterfront. Not a trace of Mayo. By 7 that evening, we'd worked well into the center of town and were walking down a street toward the first of 5 or 6 dimly lighted cafes.
I'm beginning to think we're not going to find him in any of these places.
Well, he might have slipped through the police net and gotten into the jungle. If he has, it's going to be tough finding him again.
Won't be easy for Mayo either if he does get into that jungle. Before long, he'll be wishing he never got away.
Let's check this bar, Sheriff.
Well, they don't seem to be in here.
No. Let's go on and check. Oh, it's you, Captain.
Why don't you and the sheriff sit down and join me?
Thank you, but I'm afraid we haven't time.
Well, we'll make it again. Shame you two had to make that long trip down here for nothing.
For nothing?
Well, sure, you released your prisoner, didn't you?
He escaped, Captain.
Escaped? Well, I just saw him walking around town. I thought sure you decided to let him go.
When did you see him?
Well, couldn't have been more than 5 minutes ago. Poked his head in here, looked around, and then took off.
You remember which way he went?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think he went on down the street.
Could be in one of those other bars, Jace.
Let's find out. Thanks, Captain.
Don't mention it. I hope you catch up with him.
Next bar is just a couple of doors down.
Mayo sure got a lot of nerve walking around the open like this. But that's the way he always was, ever since I've...
Sheriff.
Huh?
In this cafe toward the back.
How about that? Mayo, sitting at a table big as life.
Come on.
He must have been figuring on a big evening. Look at those beer bottles on the table in front of him.
I think he sees us. Watch yourself moving in.
Yeah. Jace, he's picking up a beer bottle.
What? Don't come any closer, Ranger. This bottle I just busted. You get near me, I'm going to use it on you.
Careful, Jace.
Yeah.
I said keep away. Keep away. I said you weren't going to get me.
Come on, Mayo.
Now it's you.
We'll see about that.
Get up.
You dirty cop.
You all right, Jace?
Yeah.
If I ever had any doubts about you committing that murder, Mayo, I've lost them now.
What are you talking about? I'm innocent.
Then why'd you try to escape?
Why shouldn't I bust out? I told you I was innocent. I got my constitutional right.
Yeah? The Constitution says you're entitled to a trial by jury. And that's just what you're going to get. Come on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
For the Republicans, it's Eisenhower and Nixon. For the Democrats, it's still a race to see who will come out ahead in party favor. This week is all important for the Democratic Party as they hold their national convention in Chicago. And you'll want to hear every history-making development direct from the convention beginning tomorrow on this station. NBC's Ace News staff and technical crew, more than 300 people, will bring you all of the news as it happens throughout the convention city tomorrow and every day of the convention. So be sure to make this NBC station your convention headquarters. With microphones placed in every strategic location in Convention Hall, in candidates' headquarters, and in NBC's own special studios high above the convention floor, you can be sure of hearing all of the news. Men like George Hicks, H.V. Kaltenborn, Richard Harkness, and dozens of others will bring you all the important news developments. So attend the Democratic Convention on NBC. Now, the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Jim Mayo was returned to the United States without further incident. Ballistics experts testified that a revolver identified as Mayo's was the one which killed Robert Dixon. Dave Hobart, the ex-soldier in the news carrier's car, declared that Mayo was the man who had ridden with him and Dixon. Jim Mayo was found guilty of murder with malice and sentenced to 60 years in Huntsville Penitentiary.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Tales of the Texas Rangers is heard weekly overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Hal Gibney speaking.
Wednesdays, hear the Best of Groucho on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.